and something's like egregiously wrong, please let us know.
Yep, that's ideal.
Yeah.
Invite me up for on TikTok, please. Yeah, so your mic, I'm watching on YouTube right now, your mic's pretty quiet. So if you want to turn it up.
It's too quiet?
Yeah, I mean it's significantly quieter than mine, so...
Oh, you gotta mute.
Oops. Sorry, my bad.
No,
But yeah, it is significantly quieter than mine.
Okay, so I suppose what I could do, I could just do like this. Is there an echo on TikTok if I do this? Because the alternative is that what I could do, in theory, what I could do is this.
It's not really any louder.
But on YouTube, it's not louder?
Better.
Wait, okay,
Yep.
but is it echoey?
I don't hear an echo on YouTube, no.
Okay, good. Maybe on TikTok there's a small echo. Okay, wait, maybe that's just like a sign I need to turn. What about this? TikTok people, is this better?
Okay, I think that we're good on YouTube. People are saying that there's a slight echo on TikTok.
Fuck.
Worse. Oh, worse. Bad.
Okay. Because then the alternative is that I could... Fuck. Why is it doing this? Wait, which one's good? Is this good? Wait, it's okay, it's fine now? Okay. Sure.
I just realized that the slight echo may have been because my phone was playing.
No,
TikTok.
it's because there's like two audio feeds. There's the one that's coming from the website itself, and then there's also the audio feed that's coming
I see.
from my microphone. But in order to make me not be quiet as hell, I need to be running my microphone through it. Yeah, allow me to. Bro, Justin is such a sick fuck on Mezzo's live right now, but doesn't have time for Unapologetic. This fucking guy. No, I'm kidding. I know Justin is busy. He probably doesn't have time for like a full episode. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Welcome back for another exciting installment of the Unapologetic Live. That's right.
So you sound fine on my TikTok, by the way.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah.
But now, wait, hold on. Now on YouTube, now there's some echoey.
What? Why? This is unwinnable. I wonder why.
It's not so bad on YouTube. You just sound like you're in a stadium or something, but
Fuck.
it is there.
Damn it. Okay. Does it get better if I turn it like way up high? Or is that much worse?
One sec.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Okay, so YouTube's fine now.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're okay. Hearing you on YouTube and on TikTok, it sounds fine.
Okay, sure. I'll accept this. I think that this is an acceptable audio quality. I don't know, it's unfortunate, but hey,
It sounds all right.
We are, yeah, let me get stuff shared out.
Yep. And yeah, if you're watching on anywhere besides YouTube, and you want to watch on YouTube, which is where you should be watching, type in youtube.com, and then in the search bar, type in Unapologetic. Our faces will probably be there, and then you can subscribe and watch there. Of course, if you want to watch on TikTok, that's fine too, but regardless of where you're watching from, you can't join on TikTok. Ads are annoying. Okay, no, that's fair. No data to Google, only to China. True. True and fair point. Yeah. What if you don't want to subscribe? Well, that's not very nice. From Krill Kroll on YouTube, we have 27 SEK. I don't know what that is. 5% echo makes your arguments sound even spicier. I don't know what 27 SEK is, but that is almost $3. It's Swedish krona. Thank you, Krill Kroll. Krill Kroll. Krill Kroll?
All right, sent out. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you want to come and debate, I have no idea. Okay, gosh, this is so unfortunate. I don't know. I don't know in what way I changed the audio settings between this week and 2 weeks ago, that somehow it's like just completely ruined and unsalvageable, but man. Okay. So it goes. All right, well, we have our first guest up. We have Jordan.
Yeah, the slight echo is back on YouTube.
Fuck.
What did you do?
Okay, wait. Let me modify settings. Is it better or worse now? The echo.
YouTube.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Is it better or worse now? Or is it about the same?
All right, so YouTube, it's maybe slightly better.
Fuck. This is so.
But it's apparently it's not actually that bad. So.
Okay.
People in the YouTube comments are saying it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's true. Mic mugging will be easier with the echo. So.
Yeah. Just like loud miking. I just turned my mic input up to like full blast. Okay. Yeah, we'll go to the first guest.
Let's do it.
How's it going, Jordan? Are you there, Jordan?
Jordan,
you have no mic input. You got to refresh?
Bro's getting mic mugged already.
Yeah. It's an excellent camera.
Hello?
Yeah, we
There
can hear
he
you
is.
now. Yeah.
Okay.
How's it going?
Good. How about you?
Doing well.
A+.
There's
What?
so many things I could say. You want me to start?
Yeah, well, let's get some like ground stuff out of the way. What religion are you?
Christian.
Gotcha. Sure.
Universalist.
Yeah.
Okay,
Based.
that's good.
Thank you.
Yeah. What is your strongest argument or evidence for God's existence?
Well, I think, if you really want to know, if you really want to confirm it, you have to seek him out in prayer.
What about
So-
for the people who seek him out in prayer but don't find him?
I think you shouldn't give up. God doesn't necessarily owe you to reveal himself, but I'm not really convinced. Like, if you truly seek with all your heart, I think you'll find him. Like, you can say, oh, I tried. It's like, yeah, but then you gave up. Like, why would you give up? Like, I would just... I think that's the question, really. It's like, why would you give up?
Jordan, have you tried the same for all of the other religions?
I did get in, not all of them, no. I just don't find them as compelling as Jesus, I think.
So why'd you give up?
Because I don't find them compelling. Like, I don't feel drawn into them at all. Like, nothing is calling me to Allah. There's no
That's
appeal
because you
there.
gave up. That's because you gave up in your effort, in your seeking of Allah or of the Brahman.
Mhm.
I mean, I think maybe there is a spiritual power behind Allah that, people do find. I think there's a spiritual reality to the world, and so even if I did find Allah, I wouldn't trust him. So there's a difference between seeking him and finding out if he's real versus like trusting him, finding him trustworthy and believing what he says.
So, and to be clear, I guess it sounds like what you're saying is that before you can actually like form the relationship with God, you need to be drawn to him.
Yeah. I think
Okay,
so,
wait,
yeah.
so what if I'm not drawn to Jesus?
Well, that's the conversation I want to have. I think that's
Okay. I think
it's
that
a
the
great thing.
golden rule is an absurd moral principle that leads to kind of crazy bullet bites.
Okay. I mean, so love your neighbor as yourself. Treat people fairly is bad?
Well, wait, so treat others the way that you want to be treated, I think is indefensible in edge cases. So for example, if you wanted someone to come and take your life, that wouldn't make it right to go and take somebody else's life, even though that would be treating others the way that you want to be treated. That would be loving others the way you love yourself. So it seems like saying like just treat others the way that you want to be treated is just going to be wholly insufficient.
Well, I don't think nobody truly wants pain, period, right? Like if you say like, "Oh, I want to be unalived," no, you don't really. Nobody wants pain. I don't believe anybody does, right? So the idea of the law is to reduce
Nobody's ever
harm. That's
taken
why,
their own life?
pardon?
Nobody's ever taken their own life?
I don't think they truly wanted to. No, I don't. They have, but I think they were foolish and mistaken and deceived. Like I don't think if somebody tells you, I mean, it's not just about unaliving yourself. It's about pain. You could say, "Oh, some people claim to like pain. Oh, I'm a masochist." It's like, no, you really don't. I don't believe.
So I'm
You
only
could say
focusing
it,
on
but I don't
people
believe you.
who are wanting to like self unalive. That's really who I'm focusing on is like the reductio to the golden rule. Just because it entails that the correct way to treat others is the same way that you want to treat yourself, which is to like take their lives, which I find to be an absurdity.
I don't think anybody wants to take their life genuinely.
People do it
I
all
think they
the
want
Plenty
time.
of people
freedom
do.
from the pain, but they don't want nobody wants to like. I mean, think about the methods of it. It's horrible. Nobody wants to do that, right?
Well,
Like
but
nobody
people do
wants
it all
to
the
drive off a
time.
bridge. Nobody
Like it might
wants
not be
to.
their first choice, but there are people who look at their lives and then all things considered come to the conclusion that they don't want to be alive.
But nobody wants to harm themselves.
People do it
Nobody
all of the
really wants
time.
that. They can say they do, but they don't.
People do it literally all the time.
But they don't like. So you think people? I just don't believe that. I don't believe that people want to harm themselves ever.
So,
Period.
okay, we can just like look up statistics on this because it's going to be like truly an insane number.
But they can say they want it, but I don't believe them.
So is this just like mind reading or?
It just
Yeah,
makes
so
no
it's
sense. Like
around seven
if
or
you want to harm
yeah,
yourself, go light yourself on fire.
700,000 people each year die from taking their own life. So clearly, there are
They're
people
trying
who
to reduce
evaluate that it's
harm.
like the correct thing to do.
No, they're trying to reduce harm. They view
Mhm.
life as so painful that they're looking for an escape. So they're actually
Yeah.
trying to help themselves.
So for these
Right, but
people, but under the golden rule, is it correct to go and do that to another person because that's what they want done to them?
No, no,
Oh,
because
well, then the golden rule fails. So that's why I'm not drawn to Jesus because he espouses absurd moral principles.
but their goal is to reduce harm, and reducing harm is good. But in doing
well,
so,
but
they're
that's not what
actually
the but to be clear, that's not what the golden rule is. The golden rule is not a harm reduction principle.
yes, it is. It
No, it
absolutely is.
explicitly is not. Perhaps it's a outcome equalization principle.
No, it's in
Maybe.
Romans 13:10. It says, "Love is the fulfillment of the law. Love does no harm to a neighbor, therefore love is the fulfillment of the law. So love
Well,
does
that's
no
not the
harm.
golden rule, though.
It's the same thing. Paul says it's the exact same thing. He says love does no harm to it, and that fulfills the law. And then in Galatians 5:14, he says that love your neighbor as yourself fulfills the law. So
So
they
wait,
both
so
fulfill the
so
law because they're different ways of looking at the same problem.
Matthew
they're-
7:12. So in everything, do to others what you would have them do to you.
Yeah, now read Romans 13:10.
Wait, so yeah, Romans 13:10 mentions love, but this doesn't mention love. Matthew 7:12 makes no mentions of love.
And to be
Well,
clear,
it's-
like rituals, to be clear, just because two things fulfill the law doesn't mean the same thing. Ritual slaughter of, a cow in the temple also fulfills the law, but I don't know if anybody would call that love.
I don't think it really does. Like maybe it was like do you even know what the law is like more than just like the law is
The
the
law is a
direct-
set of 600 odd commandments as described in the Hebrew
there's
Bible.
moral law and there's ceremonial law, and the moral law is what really matters. Like
But the point is
the
there's a
whole
lot
temple
more than
system
just
is
one
completely-
moral law. So to say that because something fulfills the law, it must be the same as another thing that fulfills the law, just isn't. That's just not true, right?
They're talking about the same law. When Jesus says that everything hangs on love your neighbor, when Paul says, love your neighbor as yourself. This is the fulfillment of the law. This is the sum of the law, whatever it says. So they're all talking about the fulfillment of the moral law. And so in Romans 13:10, it says, love does no harm to a neighbor. Therefore, love is the fulfillment of the law. And then it says, love your neighbor as yourself. This is the fulfillment. That's talking about the moral law.
So the golden
Talking about
rule
how to
is.
treat- It's talking about the golden rule. It's the same thing.
Wait, what
Love
do you think?
does no
What
harm
is
to
your
neighbor.
impression? What do you think the golden rule is?
Love your neighbor as yourself.
Oh, sorry. So the verse Matthew 7:12, does it mention love even a single time? The verse where it literally lays out the golden rule. Do you think
I
that it
mean-
mentions love? The word love appears anywhere in there?
But it's in Galatians 5:14. It's the same thing.
So then it's contradictory.
No, it's not. It's,
If the moral
there's
law
contradictions in
prescribes
your
two
head.
opposite outcomes, then it's contradictory.
it's this. So you're saying that love your neighbor as yourself is so different from do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You're saying that's
Yes,
just
they are different.
totally
Yeah.
different universe. That's
Yeah.
what you're saying?
Well, yeah, right. Because
Really?
if
You
if
really
you
believe that?
want, like, let's say that you want like to be unalived by a cop, happens
Nobody wants
all the
that.
time.
Nobody wants that.
People do it literally all the. You can say nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. It happens literally all the time. 700,000 people every single year take their own lives.
They want to reduce harm. That's where it all comes.
But-
all comes from the same root.
If you evaluate in the end and as the sum total that you think it's better to be unalived than it is to continue on living, under the golden rule, if what you want somebody to do to you is to unalive you, would that make it correct to go and unalive somebody else, strictly focusing on just the golden rule alone?
No, because just because you think it's what you want doesn't mean it's actually what you want. Like you can be insane. Insane people exist. They have totally messed up ideas of what they really want.
Okay.
People make mistakes like I want to go gambling. Oh, I want to go party.
What
No,
a-
you actually
so
don't.
what-
You just you
How else are you going to evaluate what a person wants besides asking them?
well, I think we look at biology. We look at like physical like even
What
like Elon
biological
Musk-
processes? Wait, hold on. Okay, question. This is going to sound really morbid. Jordan, do you think that men can be raped?
Yeah.
Okay, so even though their biology, their downstairs pole stick, might be engorged, under your worldview, by looking at biology, you'd be like, oh, well, then they clearly wanted it, right?
No.
Oh, so we can't look at biology to figure out what people want.
Well, I think maybe not entirely, but I think that gives us a hint. I
So-
mean, if nobody wants to
so
cause
what do we do?
pain in their nervous system, it's a biological. We all have a biological avoidance of pain, right?
Some people like pain.
No, they don't, though. That they don't.
Yes, they do.
actually.
They're
If
called
you like-
masochists. It's
This
a
is
kink.
just
No,
false.
then they should light themselves on fire if pain is so good.
They like certain
You don't
kinds of
like
pain and not other kinds. Like it's a thing.
If they like pain so much, they would maximize it, but they don't.
That
They just
doesn't
want, like, a little
follow.
bit. It gives a little
Because
hit
you
to their
like
nervous
sweets
system, but
doesn't
they don't
mean that
actually
you
like-
eat nothing but sugar.
Huh? What? I didn't hear you. What?
Yeah, just because you like sweets doesn't mean that you eat nothing but sugar. Like, it doesn't follow that just because they like it means that they're going to, like, maximize it.
Okay. Well, but if pain is good, but I mean, is it good though? Like, do they really think it's good? Do they really think
They think
sweets
some
are
types
good?
of pain are enjoyable.
Are they right? Like, I don't know. I mean,
So I'm not really sure how to talk about like rightness and preference because I think like preference is, I don't know, it's like purely aesthetic, it's taste based. I don't really know who I would be to say that somebody has like a wrong taste. I think people can be morally wrong. Like maybe you have a taste that I find morally wrong, but I don't really know what it means if Dr. Blitz says that he likes this art piece and then I say that his taste is wrong. I just don't really know
Well,
what's being said there.
to be fair, I do know that it's wrong when Ian says that they prefer grapes over blueberries. That is wrong. But that's the only one. That's the only
This
aesthetic
fucking guy.
choice that's wrong.
This guy's trying to undermine my argument. I'm going to slam this guy rhetorically. Dr. Blitz,
if I'm understanding correctly,
you're
your
my
argument
op.
is basically like the golden rule breaks down because some people want to harm themselves.
Well, yeah, it just fails at edge cases. That's I don't know. This is like a
But
very common way of evaluating moral systems is to take it to edge cases that they can't handle, and then reducing the moral system to absurdity on the basis of the edge case.
so what if they're lying about loving to harm themselves? Like, what if that's just not actually true and they've deceived themselves? They're just too foolish to realize it. Then, like they don't actually want to harm themselves. They say they do. You guys believe them for some reason. I don't. I don't know why you would. Like
There's
just
just
because,
so
oh, I
many.
want $1 billion. Do you really like want that? Like, are you
Yeah, I
sure?
want $1 billion. What the fuck?
Do you though? Like,
Yeah. What? Yeah.
okay,
I
I
like that's like
guess.
an excellent claim about their psychology. There's just no way to prove that, and given the statistics, it seems like the much more reasonable inference is that yeah, some people genuinely do want to no longer be here.
But harm. I'm talking about harm,
Well, we're talking about taking your own life. You try to
which is
expand it to harm
harmful.
because you
Or do
can't
you think
handle
that's
the case
harmful
that
or
we
not?
actually brought you. But the case that we brought you is not harm, it's people taking their own lives.
Do you think taking your own life is harmful?
It can be. It depends how we define harm.
Can
Yeah,
be.
so
So,
typically, at least people who are like
Okay.
miserable and end up taking their own lives for that reason, typically they view it as, yeah, it's harmful, but it will prevent further harm that
mhm,
far outweighs the harm that they will experience in the short term.
yep.
So then if it's not harmful, then what's the problem with that type
What
of fulfillment of the
what
golden
Dr.
rule?
Blitz just said is that it is harmful.
Oh, so it is always harmful?
Yeah,
I mean,
well, so in
probably.
I think it depends on the definition of harm, but I think that there's definitions of harm where you would say, yeah, it's always harmful, but it's enacted to because you don't want to experience like future harm.
But the way you guys used it was like, oh, uh, unaliving yourself is always harmful, therefore the golden rule fails. But if you're saying that the golden rule actually, or unaliving yourself actually sometimes isn't harmful, then you're saying the golden rule isn't
Because
harmful.
so
So,
the golden rule
okay,
is
cool.
in everything do to others as you would have them do to you. If you would have others harm you, then what does this say that you should do to others? Like if you want others to harm you, what should you do to others under the golden rule?
Yeah, so right there, I would just say nobody wants to harm themselves, period.
So that was
If
a
they say that,
conditional,
they're
it was an
insane.
if.
I don't believe
So
it.
if you want others to harm you, what should
Yeah.
you do to others under the golden rule?
Nobody
He can't engage in a
nobody
hypothetical.
wants others to harm them.
But I did
That
have
wasn't the
breakfast.
question.
But I did have breakfast. Do you understand that you're
Do you
just like
think there's
straight
people
straight
out
up
there that
outright
want
refusing to engage in the hypothetical?
I literally you're saying that there are people out there who want others to harm them. And I don't believe you. I think that's crazy.
Jordan, if the sun was red, what color would plants be?
Why are you asking? Is this like
Oh,
why
but
are
the
you
sun
asking?
isn't red.
Yeah, okay,
Like,
so make your counter argument then. Like, okay, yeah, I
no,
think
you're
they
you're, you're
actually,
you're not understanding.
I,
The point
like
is
people want to
that
harm themselves. Okay, sure.
if
Yeah,
people
there's some
did,
science guy on
if
TikTok.
people
Yeah,
did
okay.
want to harm themselves, what would the golden rule then instruct them to do?
The, if big if there,
Mm-hmm.
massive if,
Yeah.
but sure, if that was the case, then yeah, I would say sure.
Then what?
Then they would be, then they would, the golden rule would dictate that they go harm other people. But I don't believe that
Okay.
to be the
Oh,
case.
Now it's
sure.
an empirical question.
Yeah. So
So
you would agree that
go
the
ahead.
moral system is absurd if we can demonstrate that there's some people that actually do want others to harm them.
Yeah, but I don't think you can do that. So
Okay.
So what about people who engage in harm-based kink play?
it's not. They would say it's a net benefit. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. It's not harmful.
Maybe we just
Right,
gotta get
but
specific. What do we mean by harm?
that's a good question.
Because the definition that I'm looking up is just physical injury. And there's definitely people who want specific types of physical injuries.
There's emotional harm. I mean, there's some. I mean, how many?
Right. So, but what do you mean? What do you mean by harm as a whole?
Well, I mean, it's not really something. I mean, emotions and feelings aren't really something you can quantify in any like rigorous way. I mean, I don't know. This is just how English works. I think harm is, relative. Like we have a general understanding, like, I don't know, getting hit by a bus or stubbing your toe, like that. Yeah, okay,
Okay,
that's
so Jordan, suppose for a moment that somebody wanted somebody else to burn them with a cigarette. It's a kink that exists, right? Does that mean that the golden rule should instruct them to go burn other people with a cigarette?
no. Well, only if the other people see it as a net benefit, right? Because
That's not implied by the golden rule, right?
but if somebody who wants other people to burn them with a cigarette and enjoys it is different than somebody who wants to get who gets
Damn,
burned and
that's
doesn't
a great
enjoy it, right?
elaboration that would probably help you out in this case that categorically does not exist in the golden rule. The golden rule speaks strictly of action. It doesn't talk about intention or who you're actually doing it to.
Well, it's like a
It says
mirror,
in
bro.
everything, do to others as you would have them do to you. It doesn't make
Yeah,
these
but
kinds of
there's
distinctions that you're making.
but the obvious is that it should be fair. It should be like a one-to-one comparison. If one person loves getting burned by a cigarette and the other person hates it, then like that's not the same. That's not doing unto others. That's doing unto others as you would not have them do unto you. Like if you,
But you would.
because they don't. One person likes getting burned by a cigarette, the other person doesn't. So like, it's totally different. It's not the same.
But it doesn't say anything about what people like. It just says, look, if you would have somebody do something to you, then you should do that to other people.
But you as a person is a qualifier, and we all have attributes. And one person, it's not just a, like it doesn't assume that everybody's the exact same person. People have different.
Never said they were.
tastes. People have different,
Yeah.
interests.
So look, if your principle
Take that into
was,
consideration.
in fact, I'll even throw you a bone. If you said, yeah, the golden rule is formulated as in everything do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If you would say that that golden rule formulation is not good, but perhaps love others as you love yourself, if that actually might be a defensible moral code. Because it's pretty hard to say that love is not a good thing. But the criticism here is directed at, the do unto others criticism, the do unto others version of the golden rule.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of like the whole idea of the spirit. Like I think if you take a step back from this and look at it and actually try to understand what is being conveyed to you, that obviously God is not saying go out and harm people, period. Like this is like kind of like a childish, like gotcha, but it's not even like you just like. Do you really think this is a strong art? Is this the best?
Yeah, this is actually a well-known reductio to the golden rule. Yeah. This is like something that the golden rule struggles with that later moral systems actually develop better ways around. So for example, Kant's categorical imperative, his formula of humanity, treat everyone, including yourself, as an end in and of themselves and never as a means to an end, actually solves all of this Because even if you would like this to happen, the fact that other people don't want this to happen to them means that you can't do this to them while treating them as an end in and of themselves. Like, the moral system that Jesus prescribes is just very simplistic, has easy reductios that get patched in later moral systems.
So you're improving the Bible.
Yeah, like
Jesus was
categorically,
like,
yeah.
good start, Jesus, but now the real guys come in and we're
Yeah.
really going to explain.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
basically.
that's how logic works, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Like, I don't really trust you guys. Like, I find your whole worldview very, like, uncompelling. You know, like, I don't really see how, like, you guys are just some guys on TikTok versus, like, the God of all creation. And
With
you guys have
respect,
more-
we're also on YouTube. Is
Yeah.
God on YouTube?
he's got more clout on there than you guys, that's for sure. I mean, they get way more.
How many
views.
followers?
I mean, how many Christians talk about him all day? I mean, even you guys love to talk about him. You know, he's got.
No, we're asking like how many followers does he have? But regardless, so
Most
I've told
best-selling
you
book of
what's
all time,
unappealing
bro.
about your worldview, about your ethics. What's unappealing about our worldview?
Yeah. So like, you guys have no idea what happens after we unalive. First of all, it seems kind of like a black hole that you guys are just entering and just like spinning the wheel and seeing what happens. Like, that seems kind of crazy to me.
I mean, we could just believe something happens after we die, and then it seems like we'd be as justified in that belief as you are in yours.
Mhm.
The point is we're remaining agnostic because there isn't a good justification for having a belief after death.
Yeah. If we don't know, then why would we take a stance on it?
But I wouldn't. I'm talking about like whose view is more compelling. Like, I find, you know, you, Dr. Blitz or Ian, you guys could make up your own theories about what happens after unaliving. But I wouldn't find it compelling because there's really nothing behind it. Like, you know, it's just like some two dudes that like where's the history? Where's the lore? Where's the community? Where's like the hope? And so not only do you not know what happens after unaliving.
I got you, Jordan. I got you. So after you die, you pass through the Black Mountains, and then you're brought to enlightenment by the giant koala in space.
Okay, let me make my side. We can go back to that point, but my other point is that like, you guys really have no real solutions to all the problems of the world. Well, like, when Jesus comes back, he's gonna fix everything: free food, free rent, righteous government. You know,
I do have solutions.
War, no more war, right?
It's called
But
socialism.
Guys, I mean, like, bro, you aren't gonna really make a dent in any meaningful way towards like reducing poverty, reducing war, reducing injustice.
We should just do nothing and then wait for Jesus to come back instead of trying to fix it ourselves.
Well, you should seek the Lord first of all, because if it's true, it has way more value than anything you. I mean, you guys tear Jesus down, okay, and then you replace it with what? Like waiting to die on TikTok Live? Like, is that your life plan? I'm just gonna stream on
philosophy.
TikTok
You get to find your own purpose.
Pardon?
You get to find your own purpose.
Yeah, like that's what you say, but again, it's your word versus Jesus Christ.
Well, think about this.
I trust Jesus. I find him way more appealing than you. You're just, stop following Jesus and just subscribe to allegedly Ian, guys. Everybody,
True.
We don't need Jesus Christ.
Truth
we have
nuke.
this guy on TikTok.
All things considered, it's and this is the same is true for Ian. Both me and Ian's platforms have grown substantially faster than Jesus's platform did.
Yeah.
Okay, write a book.
That's facts. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the point is that there's like way more meaning under the atheist worldview. To have purpose assigned to you puts you into the status of an object. Hammers get purposes assigned to them. Chairs get purposes assigned to them. If you get a purpose assigned to you, that makes you an object. The thing that assigns purposes to things, well, that's a subject. To have a purpose assigned to you by a god makes you an object. But in the atheist worldview, where you get to set your own purpose, turns you into a subject. You're free to pursue whatever you would like to pursue, rather than what some book that was written by random people, humans, by the way, random humans, 2,000 years ago. Like, you're just going to categorically know better than all of these people about what's going to be fulfilling for you.
But your idea of fulfillment is like straw. Like, the Bible talks about, again, like a total change of the curse of the earth, the restoration, the healing, immortality, eternal life, a giant golden city paved with gold and a righteous God. Again, free food, free rent. Your idea of fulfillment is like what? Getting TikTok, like talking on Discord and then until you die? Like how is like your
Learning
worldview
more
is
every
peanuts
single
and straw.
day than I knew the previous day is
Jordan,
what
it
purpose
sounds
looks like for me.
Jordan, it sounds like the reason why like your arguments here essentially sound like Christianity feels better to you than other competing worldviews. And
I think it's
that,
important.
I mean, like, that's a subjective assessment. Like, maybe it does feel better to you than other worldviews, but that says nothing about like the truth of the claims, right?
Right. But I think it's important because I say if you want to know whether the claim is true, you have to seek him. Okay. But
But
if you're
what if
not
it
even
doesn't feel better to other
but,
people?
but if
Why?
you're not willing to seek him at all, then there's no point in me telling you to seek him. So first, I have to lay out the case that it's more compelling and it's worth seeking out
But why is it true?
because God will reveal himself. That's how I know.
So
God
God
showed me that
exists
he's
because
real.
God will reveal himself?
That's why you should believe it. That's I think ultimately I think you should believe it because you seek out Jesus and he'll show you. I think it's a spiritual thing. I think there's a spiritual reality. I think there's more going on than
Let
just,
me make sure I
bumping
understand your
atoms.
argument correctly. So essentially, what you're saying is that in order to verify the truth, you need to seek out the truth, and then God will reveal the truth to you, which of course just presupposes that God exists. Is that correct?
He will show you he's real, yeah.
That's a circular argument.
Why?
The existence of God is literally contained in the justification itself.
So I mean,
That's the thing that you're trying to
seek and you will
demonstrate. You
find.
can't
Like, how
say
is
God
that?
exists because God exists and he'll reveal himself to you. That's a
If you
circular
want to
argument.
know whether or not Jesus is real, you can call out to him and he will answer. I don't see how that's such a
Hey God,
struggle
we were
for
just
you.
wondering if you were real.
So you're mocking him, right? It's all a big joke to you. You have no
What?
respect.
You're you're scaring Jesus away.
How do you approach
Hey
the throne of
God,
your creator with pride
we're
and
trying
trolling?
to determine whether or not you're real.
You don't
A
really care.
really easy way for me to form a relationship with you, which I would be open to forming if you existed, of course, but a really easy way to do that, as you already know, would be to put a sticky note on my desk that says, I'm real, dash God. It would convert me, it would convert everybody else. I would use this miracle, I would play this footage to every single non-believer I ever encounter, and I would form a relationship with you, most importantly.
Yeah, it says seek with all your heart. It doesn't say make a joke for 30 seconds and demand or
Look,
I mean,
so
the
Jordan,
problem is that you think you have better things to do, but you actually don't, right? Like you think,
Jordan,
oh, I don't need Jesus. I'm just gonna go do science all day. Okay.
so Jordan, you have to understand that the burden to determine whether or not, whether or not Jesus is God or whatever, the burden to determine that, if you're saying you have to spend your entire life seeking, and then if you're lucky, you'll get a message, that's an absurd burden, and no one should be forced or be asked to do that in order to form a belief about something. You wouldn't hold that standard for anything else, right?
Well, right now we are rewarded for seeking, but eventually, again, I'm a universalist. I think we're going to be judged fairly. I don't think you guys are going to be burned alive forever. I think you're missing out on a relation, like a really fulfilling life, but I don't think, God's going to like I think, obviously on Judgment Day, God will reveal himself to everybody. He'll make a fair judgment. And, I don't see the problem there. Like, you don't have to seek God right now. I just think you're missing out. And, you get a lot of value from it. You get a lot of meaning and purpose. You'd be prepared for what's coming, in the afterlife and the next life. You'd understand more about how reality in the world works. Talk about like, I mean, I could get into prophecy, but I mean, there's so many things happening right now that, you as an atheist, I really don't think you have any idea what's coming. So you have spiritual eyes, your spiritual eyes are opened and you start to understand how the world actually functions, what's happening, what's going to happen in the future. Like, so I think there's a lot of stuff you're missing out on. You'll be rewarded, but ultimately, God loves you. I'm a universalist, and so I think we're all going to live happily ever after. Anyway, I don't see it.
What if we're all going to go to heaven? Why wouldn't God just make us in heaven in the first place?
There has to be a higher purpose for all of this. It's like a tutorial. We're in like the tutorial right now.
So okay, think about this. Do we achieve our greatest goods in heaven?
I don't know what that even means. I mean, I think
Oh,
right now right now it's the best thing for us to be here, and then in heaven it'll be the best for us to be there. I'm not trying to say like I don't know, but like I just assume that I'm the dumb one when it comes to God. Like that's what humility. Like I assume like okay, maybe there is an explanation. Maybe I don't have the full understanding. Maybe there is a purpose for this world we're in right now.
how do you know that God didn't manufacture the Bible as a hoax for some higher purpose?
You could be right. Maybe I'll get to heaven and it'll
Oh,
be a big prank, or maybe I'll get to the afterlife. It's a big prank and I'm wrong. But it's for me. It's about what do you trust? What do you find the most compelling? And so far, I
you have
mean,
no
like
reason to trust
nothing
it
comes
then.
close.
If God
Nothing
just has
comes
these
close.
higher reasons, you have no reason to trust the Bible because you're forced to accept that there's no reason to think that he wouldn't just manufacture this as a hoax.
What? Can you repeat that? I'm confused.
Sorry, say that again. You're quiet.
Oh, I'm confused. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. So if God does things for reasons that are beyond our understanding, that means that there could be a reason that would lead him to manufacture the Bible as a hoax for some reason that's beyond our understanding, for some of his like
It's
greater order
possible.
good. But do you have
I
any
mean, that's
reason to
an
think that he
interesting.
wouldn't?
It's a theory. I mean,
Do you have
maybe
any
you're right.
reason
I
to
don't
think that
think
he
you're right.
wouldn't?
We all have to make our own judgments here.
Sure, but do you have any reason to think that he wouldn't? Like, what would lead you to making the judgment that he isn't doing this?
I mean, if you read the Bible, it's all about like righteousness and truth and love and forgiveness and
That's the very
mercy
thing
and
that's in
salvation
question.
and freedom. So it's like that guy would lie to us. Like I
What
don't.
if all of that stuff was a lie? It's a part of the hoax.
It could be, but then what? I mean, like then what? I just sit in my room, stare at a wall until I die. Is
It's
that
a
your
conclusion
plan?
that you
Like,
can't avoid. You can't muster up an epistemic justification to think that it's not the
what if there's
case.
a gremlin in your wall? I mean, how do you believe like, like it's a
So
theory. It could be maybe there is a gremlin in your wall, but I'm not going to entertain it.
so
Why would I
Jordan,
put any
the
weight into
the
that?
issue is that the issue is about the way that we come to justifications for things that we believe, right? Now, people will have different ways of justifying different types of claims. For example, if Ian texted me and said, "Hey, I'm going to be 10 minutes late," I'm not going to look for some like metaphysical grounding for that claim. I'll just be like, "Oh, okay, I know Ian, I trust Ian. They're going to be late. Fine." When my wife tells me that she loves me, I can look at our past relationship over the last however many years, and be like, okay, well, yeah, that's good evidence. If somebody says that there's a black hole at the center of a galaxy 2 billion light years, I'd look the justification for that belief. I would look for like empirical evidence. If somebody says that 3 + 8 is 11, then I would look for mathematical proof. The question is what kind of justification are you using to come to the belief, to come to a justified belief of the metaphysics that you hold? Because if it's just the Bible, the question is can we really use the Bible like as a justification for such strong metaphysical claims? That's the issue. Because if the Bible is a deception, then you can't really know anything about it, about the originator of the Bible, God, namely. And if that's the case, well, how can you say that he wouldn't have deceived us?
Yeah. I mean, it's for me it's about like the level of trustworthiness. Like so how can I justify putting so much trust into Jesus? I view myself as, I do. I mean, depends what you mean as the Bible. I trust the original manuscripts, but I don't trust all of the translations anywhere close. So, I mean, I think for me, my justification is like the Bible's part of it, but I think there needs to be more of like a spiritual justification for believing it. Like I think prayer is real, prayer works, but even then, it's like okay, yeah, God could be deceiving me. It's like yeah, okay, um, maybe, but I don't. I find it more likely that he's telling the truth and he's real. And it's like
So you think it's
you guys,
possible to
but
make
even if
likelihood
that's not enough
claims?
for you, even if that's not enough for you,
No,
you
no,
have
wait,
to
let's talk
acknowledge
about
the fact
that.
that you're
Wait,
left
wait,
in
wait.
la la
Don't
land
move on. Let's talk about that. So you would say that you actually can make claims about what it's likely or unlikely for God to do.
not to do. I think
You just made one.
be.
You said it's not likely that God would deceive me. You made a likelihood claim about God that puts you back into the problem of heaven. You want to try to get out of the problem of why God didn't create us in heaven by saying, oh, he has higher reasons. He has these higher purposes. We can't really make a claim about what God would or wouldn't do. But then at the same time, you want to say, well, it's unlikely that God would manufacture the Bible as a hoax. So you both want to make claims about likelihood and also don't want to make claims about likelihood.
I'm so confused. So I just trust God. That's I think the biblical God is much more likely to be telling the truth than you, right? Because you're setting up a
Jordan.
comparison between you and the Bible and you and God, and I just don't find your reckoning of things reliable compared to God.
Jordan, have you ever have you spoken with Ian before?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've spoken with Ian at least one time. Have you spoken with Jesus before?
I mean, the Bible's like the oldest text message in the world, so can you
Well,
say
I wouldn't consider reading a book speaking with the authors, right?
But how can you say that those are not the words of Jesus? You just like I can't prove they are to you.
You haven't had okay. Have you had a conversation with Jesus?
No.
Okay.
Like schizophrenically.
Have you had a conversation with God?
I mean, I think, but at the same time, I mean, I do think that the Spirit speaks to me, but it's not like an audible voice, but I think it's like thoughts.
Have you, do you know any qualities of Ian that you can pin down with certainty?
I guess, yeah. Why?
Yeah, like Ian speaks English. That'd be a quality of Ian that you could pin down with certainty. Are there any qualities of God that you can pin down with certainty? Or with, as much certainty as you might hope to get?
Well, Ian could be a simulation. Ian could be an AI.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking with as much certainty as you could hope to get. So surely maybe we're all brains and vats or something, but with as much certainty as you might hope to get, we can say with certainty that Ian speaks English, right? Just because that's part of the necessity of a conversation if you only speak English. And anyway, long story short, the point is you've had more interaction with Ian. You know more about Ian than you do about God. It seems strange that you trust this entity that you've never met, that you've never spoken with, that you can't really even name any properties of, more than you would trust Ian, even if you hardly know Ian. This would be like trusting an alien that you've never met that sent you a text message over a fellow human. It just seems strange.
Yeah, well, I mean, think about what the alien, quote unquote, is offering, and think about the history.
But why would you trust them? That's the question. It's not about what they're offering, because anybody can offer anything.
I talk to humans. I know what humans are like. I know you guys don't really have much to offer long term. I mean, the Bible says that the creation was subject to futility, and what does man gain for all of his toil under the sun, right?
I thought this was supposed to be a compelling view that makes you feel good.
But universalism, it's going to be fine long term, but
well, it's fine long term, but right now it's like everything's terrible and humans are shit. I don't know, that seems really uncompelling. I think humans are pretty great. I think we have our flaws, but I think we're pretty great.
Well, I want to do the comparison because I think that's very powerful. It's like, why would I trust Yahweh, the God of Israel, the God of the Bible, over Ian? And it's like, for me, it's like there's a
because Ian exists,
but there's so much of a rich history of the Bible and the biblical story and hope for a future and prophecies coming true today. Whereas Ian, it's like, where does following, if I follow Jesus, it could get me to heaven. If I follow Ian, I'm just in a TikTok live until I die.
That presupposes that heaven exists. You would need to demonstrate that.
But I have seen enough. God has showed me enough to where, I don't even worry about it.
Do you have any evidence other than what God's revealed to you?
Oh, maybe Ian has a point.
And just a quick question. The revealing that God has done, is that through the Bible or have you had personal experiences?
Personal experiences.
Okay. I mean, look, I think Ian and I probably differ on this, but I think that generally speaking, for an individual who has a personal experience, I think it's totally rational to be compelled by that personal experience. But it's not compelling to anyone else.
I think I agree with this until you hear counter arguments about the uncompellingness of personal experiences, at which point I think it's like irrational if in the face of all the evidence against personal experiences, you're still like clinging onto it with your life.
Well, I'm making the compelling. I'm saying that, Christianity is worth seeking. When I'm talking about like whether Ian's worldview or whether Christianity is more compelling, I'm not talking about like my personal experiences in that situation.
Jordan,
I'm trying to make the case that Jesus is worth seeking.
Oh,
When I'm
so-
yeah. Well,
what
the
is the
case against
advantage?
this is like really easy. You should seek true things. My worldview is true, therefore you should seek my worldview.
I mean, so you're saying your worldview is true,
Yeah.
right? And you're just a guy, and it's your word versus the Bible,
Did
right?
you just
At the end of the
assume
day.
Ian's gender?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, the Bible says a bunch of demonstrably false things. Yeah.
I think,
So-
bro, like, if you just compare you versus Jesus Christ, I think just on the surface, right there, it's like I'm going with Jesus. I'm sorry.
Sure.
bro.
Do you think
You're just a
rabbits
little
chew
kid.
cud?
Yeah, so that's so funny. I did a lot of okay. So what was it? What was the other one? Pigs don't, or right? It says pigs
Pigs do
don't.
not chew cud, neither do rabbits.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys tried saying that pigs and rabbits do basically the same thing, but they absolutely do not.
It's called coprophagy.
It's called cecotrophy, and pigs. So okay, when pigs eat their poop, it's generally it's not required nutritionally, and they do it opportunistically.
What does that
Rarely.
matter?
They're not doing it all the time.
What does that
They-
matter?
But meanwhile, rabbits have to do
Wait, could you?
cecotrophy
I'm so sorry. Could you cite
to
me?
live.
Could you cite me
they do
one
it
single
regularly.
scientific text that would define eating your poop as chewing cud? Just like one single scientific text.
It's not chewing cud because the Bible was written in
Then
Hebrew.
God was
You're
wrong.
using an English translation of a 3,000-year-old book, and you're expecting it to match
So-
up 1-to-1.
So Jordan, the point is that in the Hebrew Bible, there are certain laws about what what you should and shouldn't do, and one of the laws, regardless of how you translate it, it's something like eating something, right, or chewing something. And the point is it doesn't say like chewing something for nutrition or chewing something opportunistic. It's just an action. And so if the argument being made is that there is a contradiction in that there are two animals that both perform the same action, maybe for different reasons, but for the same action, then it seems like that there just can't be a way to reconcile that idea because both perform the action while one is and one is considered, or rather one is considered as doing the action and the other isn't. So like there's just a mistake somewhere. Which, if you acknowledge it was written by, early Iron Age people 2,500 years ago, well, then it kind of checks out.
Yeah.
They didn't know as much as we do now.
No, because the experience they had they would have looked at nature and they would have seen rabbits regularly redigesting their food, and they would have seen pigs almost never doing it. So the behavior is totally different.
I think they would have just seen rabbits do this,
Yeah.
No, they literally
which is like
Precisely.
what cows do.
no, they produce cecotropes. Pigs don't even produce cecotropes.
Do you think that the ancient Hebrews knew what cecotropes were?
No, but God knew.
So then how is that relevant?
Because have you read the Hebrew refers to dragging up. That's
we can go look at the Hebrew word if you
Yeah.
want.
Well, yeah. That's yeah. The rising up of something. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and that's
you don't
exactly
shit
what rabbits
upwards.
do. They rise it
Do you
back
think
up and
that
they
rabbits
redigest it.
shit upwards?
Yeah, bro, that's literally.
Wait,
Then you're crazy.
what?
If you think rabbits
What?
shit
Wait,
upwards, then
How
you're
do you
crazy.
think
That
the
doesn't make
poop
sense.
gets in
You're
their
a
mouth
crazy
again?
person. Your worldview
How
is
do
a
you think-
crazy worldview. If
How
you
do you
think
think the
rabbits
poop
shit
gets in their mouth
upwards,
again? Does it teleport?
like at that point, like you're just being so bad faith that we can't even engage with you if you think rabbits shit upwards. If that's the level of like mental gymnastics
No.
that is
Well,
required to make
so
your
how does the
worldview make
poop go
sense,
back
then
up
this is
then?
not an appealing worldview to me.
Yeah, whatever, bro. Yeah, so
So-
how does the
I have a
poop
question,
get back
Jordan.
up to their mouths, Ian? If it doesn't,
It's not through them
oh,
shitting
it doesn't
upwards.
raise. Huh?
It's not from them shitting upwards, that's for sure.
So where does the poop go? It goes back up to
Downwards
their mouth, right?
on the ground. So there isn't
Yeah.
a
So it
there
rises
isn't a
back up to
rising
their
up of
mouth,
the cud.
right?
It doesn't come up
It doesn't say cud.
upwards. Wait,
I
sorry,
mean,
what do
it's
you
so
think the word
obvious because
means?
pigs and rabbits have totally different digestive systems. Pigs aren't chewing anything regularly. They're not redigesting regularly, but rabbits are doing it. And it's so obvious that that's what the Bible is describing here.
Why does every
Grasping
single
at straws with
translation
this. We should
translate it
really
as
retire
cud?
this argument.
Why does every single translation translate it as cud? Every single one of
I don't
them,
know.
without fail.
Because it's pretty much the same thing. That's why. It's redigesting food. It's not that complicated. Like
Oh
you
wait,
make
so
it like this
okay,
big
so
thing.
is
It's
cud an
not.
accurate descriptor?
Depends how you define cud. I mean, this is like semantic. Like this is
Yeah,
not a strong
let's look up
argument.
a definition for cud. Let's do it.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. An English word created 3,000 years later
You
is gonna
said it
debunk
depends how you
the
define
cud
cud,
of
so I'm
no
like, okay,
grammar.
let's look up a definition, and now you're like
Well, you
grumpy
want to
about
stick
it.
on cud because it proves your argument, even
So
though
the
it's not
definition
even
of
in
cud
the
is partly
scripture. It's a
digested
word
food
that some
returned
English
from the
dude
first
made
stomach
up.
of ruminants to the mouth for further
Ooh,
chewing.
wow. Yeah, so pigs and rabbits do completely different digestive processes.
Do
Pigs do
either of
not
them
regurgitate their, or pigs do not
do
redigest
are
their
either of
food
them
at all,
ruminants?
whereas rabbits do it regularly, necessarily for their survival.
Do you think that
Their
this answers the
intestinal
question?
system is made to redigest food to live, and you're saying that like,
Do
oh,
you
that,
think that this answers the question?
yeah, it's really obvious.
What do you think the
Actually, and this
question
is like a
was?
silly point.
What do you think the question was?
Oh, I mean, your last question, I was interrupting. I mean, you interrupted me to ask it, so I didn't really hear.
Oh, so then why would you say that it does answer the question if you didn't even hear it?
Because I thought you were talking about the overall point, the overall discussion we're having is that,
Is the
you
overall
think that
discussion a
Leviticus
question?
11 has a contradiction, and so it doesn't. And so what I'm
Okay,
saying
cool.
proves that
So
there
the
is no
question
contradiction.
is, are either pigs or rabbits ruminants?
Why are you asking? Why is that relevant? You're using
Answer the
English to
question.
try
Are
and
either of them
understand a
ruminants?
3,000-year-old text. It's completely irrelevant.
Do either of them chew partly digested food returned from the first stomach of ruminants to the mouth for further chewing?
They don't have to. That's a stat. They don't have to. They only have to follow the descriptions in the Hebrew as written. They don't have to meet some new standard that some English guy created 3,000 years later. They don't have to meet the Merriam-Webster definition of some English translation that's 3,000 years later. I mean, it's a ridiculous argument. You should give
Which
it up.
definition would you like to use?
I think dragging up is good. I think, rising up, dragging up.
But for
That makes
cud,
sense
what's
to
the
me.
definition of cud that you'd like to use?
Cud isn't in the Bible, so we don't have to define cud.
Well,
Sorry,
hold
you don't
on,
think
Jordan,
cud is
why
in the
not just-
Bible? What about all the places where it's translated as cud?
Well, I said I don't trust the translations.
Do you speak
period. I
Hebrew?
said
Why
that
not-
earlier, so.
Wait,
Why
no,
not
this
just
is
use
super
the
important. Do
notion
you
that was
speak Hebrew?
understood?
Because there can be mistranslations in English. You don't know it was
Do you speak Hebrew?
No, not fluently. I know some Hebrew, but not really though.
Wait, can you tell me one like stem in Hebrew?
No.
So you don't speak any Hebrew?
I know quite a few Hebrew words.
Like what?
Bereshit means in the first fruits.
Wait, let's do
bara.
10
Bereshit doesn't mean the first fruits, by the way.
let's
Yeah,
do
it
10
does.
Hebrew words. Let's get
No,
10
it
Hebrew
literally
words from
doesn't.
you.
That does.
It literally doesn't.
It means in the beginning, but it also means first
Roughly
fruits.
something. It has nothing to do with fruit.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't. The stem is rishon, or it comes from the word rishon, which is the number 1. That's where the resh aleph
I'm pretty sure if you look at
stem
Leviticus,
for that word comes from.
if you look at Leviticus 23 when it says first fruits, I'm pretty sure it says Bereshit, and pretty much everywhere. I'll double check for you right now though.
I mean, like the word fruit's just not found. Like it's not a related word. But
Do you know what the first?
I mean, the
fruits
point is
are?
why not?
Not
So
literal
rather
fruit.
rather than squabbling, rather than squabbling over what the correct translation of the Hebrew is, whether it's English, whether it should be translated as cud or straight, but why not just refer back to what the people who follow these laws, how they interpret it, and how it was understood at the time? Because the way it was understood by Rabbinic Judaism, which has been essentially consistent for the past 2,000 years or so, is it's chewing the cud. If a thing chews cud, then it counts as it has to have cloven hoofs and chew cud, right? If it has both of those properties, then it counts as kosher. That's just how the people who follow these laws have understood it, and how it's been understood for like 2,000 plus years. So why squabble over language? Like, this is just clearly like the people at the time didn't know that what the rabbits were doing was distinct from what the cows were doing.
I mean, okay, so first of all, Bereshit is, or Reshit, the first word in the Hebrew Bible is translated as first fruits 11 times, just for the record. So it does.
Okay, it's maybe that's I don't know what translation you're using. Are you using Strong's Concordance? So I don't really trust that anyway. But I mean, like, we can just go break up the word Bereshit in Hebrew. It's
what I'm more interested in is like the response to the point that you just made. Guess, do you have like a response to the point that Blitz just made?
So you're saying basically like you think some Hebrew scholars are like I mean, the Bible says let God be true and every man a liar, and you're saying like the what did you say, the early Hebrews?
No, what I'm saying is that the people,
or something like that's
what I'm saying is that the people who follow this law, who use this, who study this in the original language, Jewish people, have interpreted it as, sorry,
every single one of them.
That is like the rabbinical tradition is to interpret this.
You think all the Hebrew scholars think there's a
Jordan? I was in the middle of a sentence. All I'm getting is that all I'm saying is that the way that traditional rabbinic Judaism has interpreted this language is that this refers to an animal chewing cud.
So they all
doing
think
the thing
it's
that cows do.
Then?
Well, so I could give you potential Jewish explanations for why this is here.
How many of them?
I could give you those explanations for like Jewish interpretations of this text through the like modern rabbinic lens if you want. But the point is the interpretation that's been used for the last several thousand years is that this is the thing that cows do.
But
right.
But none of the people you're quoting believe it's a contradiction. So your point is moot. So
yeah. So there's this notion in Judaism. I forget what the Hebrew word is for it, but there's this notion in Judaism where basically you avoid things that even might give the appearance of breaking a commandment. So so I'm speculating here, but given my experience with Jewish tradition, I suspect this is probably the answer. Somebody interpreting this verse and wanting to avoid a contradiction could say something like, well, yes, they don't actually chew cud, but it looks like they do. And if we allow people to eat animals that look like they chew cud, then it could confuse others, and it could suggest that others might be allowed to break the commandments that the first person appears to be doing. It's kind of like there's a word for it, I just don't remember what it is, but you keep a separation between yourself and possibly violating a commandment. So that, my guess is that's what the interpretation that they would give as to why such an animal is still classed as chewing cud, because you want to keep a separation between like a clear divide between those things that do and those things that don't, and you don't want to get caught in a gray area of does it look like it is, does it not. That's my guess as to how this would be properly interpreted under Jewish tradition.
Right, but they wouldn't say it's false.
So it depends on who you're
they would
asking.
say it's a contradiction.
It depends on which rabbis you're asking. Some would say that, oh yeah, well, no, this was actually just a mistake, because some rabbis will interpret it as not being explicitly given as the word of God, but perhaps interpreted through the lens or through inspired by God. Others might say, no. Others might take a more fundamentalist view and just say, no, it's not a contradiction. Rabbits do chew cud, and then they'd be wrong.
Well, a Christian is supposed to listen to the Spirit anyway. We're not supposed to trust men. We're supposed to seek the truth and study the Word of God and be led by the Spirit. So if you're looking to men to validate your claims, I mean, I understand that's what you do all the time, but I mean, I don't think that's very fruitful. I think men in general are foolish and vain and prideful, and I don't see the value in exalt, like, oh, this guy told me that this is the proper interpretation of Scripture. Like, okay, maybe, sure. I don't, like, why would I believe you? Why would I believe these rabbis?
Why would you believe every single translator who's ever translated the Bible? Why would you believe that?
What?
When you read the Bible, do you read the translations or do you read the Hebrew?
Both. I do pretty deep dives, to be honest. So I do tons of different translations. I do the original language. I do interlinears. I do Septuagint. I go really deep. Different lexicons.
But if I was like, hey, let's talk about this verse, what would you pull up?
The first thing I would do is read NIV, and then I would compare the translations, and then if I'm still confused, I'd look at the Hebrew.
Okay, so if every single,
Or
so
Greek.
your starting place is the translations. So when
Yeah.
every single translation is cud, do you think it's a safe assumption that it's talking about cud?
No, I don't think so, because the
Okay.
words in Hebrew clearly are totally not cud. Like, that's not at all what they're describing.
Wait, so
You can
what's it
study the root
trying to
word.
describe then?
Dragging up, the root word. Here, I can look at it right now, but it's one of the words is Allah, which means up, raising up.
The word that's
Ascend.
being interpreted here is gera.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Gira.
It's gera.
Yeah, like that's so the root word of that is dragging. Let me find it. Jira. So that's translated as
Gera.
cud. Jira. What do you say?
Gera.
Gera. Okay, sorry. So the root word garar is to drag away, right? So like, and it's used elsewhere in scripture. So it's like, why would we one-to-one translate that as cud? There was just some dude like way later. You know, English isn't even that old. It's some really old or way late translation. Like, why would that be trustworthy? It's not. It's definitely not. Maybe we can get close. It's worth reading, you know, like, but I don't claim to. I'm not like a King James onlyist. I think that's insane. If you're
So
reading a 3,000-year-old book and you think the translations are trustworthy, I mean, it's like
do you think
there's all these.
do you think rock badgers, who it also says true cud, do you think that they are
They do
cecotrophes?
cecotrophy, yeah.
Oh, and according to which source?
I can find it for you.
Please, yeah, I'd love the source that says that rock badger, like a scientific study if possible.
So it's rock badger, coney hare. I mean, what? So again, it's Hebrew again, right? So, are you talking about verse 5 or 6?
5.
Okay, so the word there, coney, the coney, the shafan, the rock badger, the coney, the hyrax. I think I looked up hyrax and
Hyrax, I think a hyrax is a rock badger. It's just another name for
Yeah.
it.
Oh, well, I'm pretty sure I looked this up and they do chew the cud. But I'll look it up again, I guess. Since you didn't, you could have already done that, but
I actually have looked it up, which is why
And
I
they do
know that they
cecotrophy,
don't
right?
practice either of those things. They eat their poop the same as pigs.
Wait, so you're saying hyraxes do not do?
They eat their poop same as pigs. They don't
No, but
do
do they do cecotrophy?
like the special
Different.
cecotrophy that you're thinking
Huh?
of.
Do rock badgers do cecotrophy? Do you know that or not?
No, they don't. You won't be able to find me a source
Really?
that says that they do. And any definition that
Oh,
wouldn't
let me-
also include what pigs do.
Well, okay, we'll see about that. I mean, pigs do not do cecotrophy. First of all, do you agree?
They do coprophagy.
Yeah, that's different. It's totally different. Cecotropes are nutrient-dense, packed feces. It's different.
Yeah, I would love. What's the source? So just please, just the source that says that rock badgers do cecotrophy.
Yeah, one sec. I gotta search it up. Yeah, they do. I just asked Grok. So
Oh,
like,
sure. And what's Grok's source? Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's get the source.
Can you get? I can confirm that hyraxes engage in cecotrophy as noted in scientific literature. A reliable source is the book "Comparative Physiology of the Vertebrate Digestive System" by C. Edward Stevens
Comparative
and
physiology
Ian Newman.
of what?
Comparative Physiology of the Vertebrate Digestive System.
Of the vertebrate digestive system. Great. Yeah, let's look at the table of contents. Let's see.
I love that there's a book for everything, by the way.
Page 137.
Page Page 137. We got a page too. That's great. Let's find it. I wonder if there's a
How did you
PDF.
research this? I thought you looked for it already.
I have, which is how I know that they don't do that.
Did you use Temu Chat GPT to look it up?
I don't use ChatGPT.
Temu AI?
No, I don't use
Or is that
AI.
that Temu search engine?
Yeah, AI would be, I don't know, like AI is like what all the morons use, so why would I want to use that?
It's just like better Google. I think it's
It's like Google if Google spit out a bunch of like false things. It's like Google if Google just like made up the answers.
But you could, again, we just validated it by getting the source. So
The only place I can find a non-AI source, and I'm not even finding an AI source that says it, but is a Bible website. So I don't know. Ian, have you found the book?
Yeah, looking for a PDF. I don't want that. What I want is, I wonder if there's a way. If someone in the audience has like institutional access to the book, please send it on over.
Yeah, if somebody in the audience.
Oh, wait, this is perfect. Yeah, we'll do this. And you said it's page what?
137.
Page 137. Perfect. Okay, so I have it on archive.org. Let's go to page 137.
Also, hold on. This seems really, really irrelevant because cows are not cecotrophs. So if what was being referred to here was some sort of cecotrophy, then that's not what cows do.
Well, it's relevant because what rabbits and hyraxes do is completely different than what pigs do.
Right, but it's also completely different from what cows do, and yet it uses the same verb to refer to things to the thing that cows do, or to refer to the action that cows do and that hyraxes do.
I mean, I shouldn't say, maybe it's not completely different. I mean, ultimately they are eating their poop, but I mean, they're all kind of similar, but there's a big difference.
Well, so what cows do is very, very distinct from what pigs and hyraxes do.
It's also just redigesting food, though. So
right. So for cows, it comes out of the mouth, right?
Yeah.
For pigs and hyraxes and hares, it comes out of the other end. So it seems like hyraxes, rabbits, and hares, regardless of what's actually going on in the intestines, right? Regardless of what is actually happening in the intestines, it seems like rabbits, hyraxes, and hares their behavior is more similar than any of their behavior is to what cows do.
But for a pig, it's not biologically necessary. For rabbits and hyraxes, it is. They need to do it to live, just like
yeah. Wait, let's read all of page 137. Let's do it. Okay. As already indicated, the ability to selectively retain fluid or small particles in the cecum and proximal colon is not limited to rabbits. Bjorn Hag reviewed the extent to which the phenomena occurred in other lagomorphs, hare-pica rodents such as guinea pig, chinchillas, rats, voles, and lemmings, and a number of marsupials. The proximal colon of the lemming has been found to have a highly developed mechanism for separation of fluid and small particles, particularly microorganisms from the small particle of digesta. The proximal colon of these animals can be divided into an impella coli, a short wide segment extending from the entry of the alenium to the base of the colonic spiral, an inner spiral of about 4 windings around the axial structure, and an outer spiral that runs back to the base. Wait, I'm sorry, it disproves you. I'm so sorry, it disproves you, but you're scared of that, which is why you don't want me to actually read the full page.
Like, okay,
you're terrified. You're terrified of me reading the page. Stop quivering and let me finish. Let me just finish reading. If you're not scared, then if you gave the source, if the source says what you said it says, then you should have no problem with me reading it. Why are you scared to let me finish?
Every book on earth, and we'll just wait and listen.
Yeah, just the page that you cited. How about that?
Well, you'll get to it eventually, right?
Okay. I'm just going to keep on reading. So an inner spiral of about 4 windings around the axial structure, and the outer spiral that runs back to the base and leaves it to join the distal colon. The mucosal surface of the proximal colon has a complicated pattern of folds which project into the lumen. The largest of these starts at the ample coli and runs as a longitudinal fold for about 2 windings of the inner spiral. The free edge of the fold comes closer to the axial attachments to the wall, thereby dividing the lumen into inner spirals into a narrow channel and a main channel. The narrow channel opens into an ampulla by a narrow slit and extends at the distal end, and longitudinal groove connected to the oblique furrows the colonic wall. These contents of cecum, ampulla coli, and main channel to the inner spiral consist of smaller mixture of food residues and bacteria. However, the narrow channel contains dense masses of bacteria and mucus with little food residue. In evidence, the main source of the mucus appears to be thickened areas of the inner spiral mucosa distilled to the narrow channel. It was concluded that digesta are mixed and mucus secreted by middle part of the inner spiral, resulting aggregation of bacteria with mucus, which is transported by anti-peristolic. And then that's the entire page. So it doesn't prove your claim. It doesn't even mention rock badgers a single time. It doesn't even mention cut a single time. Grok gave you a fake source and you believed it because you're gullible.
I have the quote here. You can just control F for the quote.
I'm literally looking at page 137 of the book that you cited me.
Huh?
I'm looking at page 137 for the book you cited me. I'm looking at the page of the book that you cited me.
Like, you can control F the quote. Just control F hyraxes. Or cecotropes. Might be better.
Sure.
Is there how many results for what did you do?
Which page? Yeah, there are results for hyraxes. Which page? What's the quote?
How many? How many results? Like, I don't, is that?
23 results, but what's the quote?
Okay. The quote is hyraxes, like some other. Hyraxes, like some other. Is that in there?
Hyraxes.
Hyraxes, like some other small herbivores, produce cecotropes, which are soft fecal pellets rich in microbial protein and vitamins, re-ingested to maximize nutrient absorption from their fibrous diet.
That one doesn't exist. That's a made-up quote.
Oh, okay. I mean, it gives other. I mean, I could just.
Wait. Do you acknowledge that this one's like a completely made-up quote? I'm like literally looking through all the mentions of hyrax in this book. There's not a single one of them.
Maybe it's a different edition. I have multiple sources.
Which edition?
Here. I mean, pardon?
Which edition?
Well, I mean, you can just give me. I can narrow it. I can find the quote myself for you if you want.
Jordan.
What?
I've been doing my own digging. The only place I can find that hyraxes do cecotrophy is from a Bible site.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe Grok is just completely hallucinating all of these books.
It is.
Yeah,
it does.
AI does that.
That's what AI does. Yeah.
All of them? I mean...
Yes. That's what AI does. Yes, correct. If you ask AI for a source for an obscure claim, like it probably can give you a source for like a basic claim or a common claim. It can't give you a source for a niche claim. It will just make something up.
Okay, well, I haven't really looked into this, like, specifically proof in a book. I mean, like, just because we haven't found it yet doesn't mean it's not out there. Is there a list of cecotropes?
But then why do you believe
it? Animals, a comprehensive list of animals that do cecotropy?
Let's find out.
So, cecotropes. Lagomorphs, which lagomorphs do it. These include rabbits, hares, and pikas. Are lagomorphs, do they include rock badgers? Or hyraxes? Is hyrax a lagomorph? It is not a lagomorph. So that's out. But other monogastric fermenters, such as rodents, also produce cecotropes. Rodents, including beaver, guinea pigs, mice, hamsters, and chinchillas, are known cecotropes. Other animals also eat cecotropes, such as the common ringtail possum and the coppery ringtail possum. So I'm looking at the sources.
So are rock badgers... They're not
I don't even know if
possums. Rock badgers are not
hyraxes
rodents.
even monogastric fermenters. Oh, so rock badgers are not monogastric fermenters. So it says that, I'm on Wikipedia, trust it at your, at your pleasure, I suppose. It says that lagomorphs are perhaps the most well known for producing and eating cecotropes, but other monogastric fermenters also produce cecotropes. Hyraxes are neither lagomorphs nor monogastric fermenters.
Okay.
And they're also not possums. So
it says probably the hyrax.
what says probably the hyrax?
The Strong's Concordance.
What?
You're looking for the... Now he's
For
saying
sci-
that actually the Bible's not referring to the hyrax. It's referring to something else.
Well, I mean, there's multiple ways to look at this. I mean, you guys are determined to prove your side, and I'm determined to prove my side. I mean, I'm not just going to give up and be like, oh, they're right. 'Cause, there's other... maybe there is... I'm not sure what way to go here. Like, maybe there are writings that show, or maybe it's not even talking about a hyrax. How do we know it is?
Well, I think that this is like the ultimate worldview comparison right here. You have to do insane mental gymnastics, whereas all we have to do is follow the sources and find out that they don't say.
Big victory.
Jordan, can I ask you a question? So it seems like if you want to hold a view where you have an afterlife of some sort, or some sort of, in some sort of theistic-based moral code, it seems like Reform Judaism would be preferable to you, because Reform Judaism doesn't have this issue of believing that there's like some direct contradiction and therefore the whole thing must be like Reform Judaism doesn't have this issue in Leviticus. It has similar afterlife positions as you do, as you'd like to have, some sort of forever after. It has the possibility of a future coming messianic age, and then you don't also have to think that a man did magic 2,000 years ago by turning water into wine. Like, Reform Judaism might be preferable for you, actually.
Well, you guys are the ones pressing this so hard as if it's like a slam dunk. Like, oh, if this is true, then the whole Bible's a lie. If it's a rock badger, the whole Bible's a lie. Like, I think it's ridiculous. I think, the people who wrote the book probably knew what they were talking about. Like, I don't think, even if it's not true and Moses never talked to God, even if it's not true, I don't think they're dumb enough to keep this in their book. Like, they wouldn't leave such an obvious contradiction. They're talking like, and so I.
They
agree
would
with
if it wasn't
you.
a contradiction at the
To make
time.
this such an important topic of debate. That's my. I mean, I told you guys to hang it up, give it up, because this is like a dumb. It's not really convincing anybody. It's just a waste of time, I think.
So it's not compelling to anybody who doesn't require that the book was like, that the book is inerrant, right?
Yeah.
If you claim the book is inerrant, then you're gonna have some trouble with this.
You
verse.
want to.
It has damning implications.
But you're acting as if it's blocking you guys from seeking.
Well, what it does, it provides.
You're acting like, oh, this is.
It provides
I can't get over
pretty
this.
unfortunate bullet bites, kind of in every way you parse it. So there's one route where maybe the way you want to parse it is that it is a false thing. So you need to somehow reconcile with the fact that God said a falsehood. So you can either do like insane mental gymnastics, which is the route that you chose.
Some kid on TikTok
you
is
can
saying
say
it's false.
that they put words into God's mouth. That has damning implications for the rest of the Bible. There isn't really like a good, like there are implications from every single route that you might go from here, and all of them are bad.
Says you. I mean, like, who are you?
Well, one of the implications is that they put words into God's mouth. That's not good. You don't want to say that they put words into God's mouth. You don't want to say that God said a falsehood.
I do think the Bible's inerrant as written, and I think that's fine. And you can say, "Oh, but this contradicts."
Yeah, then you run into trouble.
Oh, that they're not actually.
Yeah, well, that can't be true.
Bro, like, what?
That's just false.
Why is that so important to you? Why that's important to you? It's not.
Then the point is look. It's so much more rational to just say, yeah, the Bible's not inerrant. There are parts of it that are clearly written by Iron Age people.
How is that
and they made mistakes.
How is that?
But that's not the hill you're dying on for some reason.
How you say it's more rational? Who are you?
It's obviously more rational. I mean, like they're
bro.
Okay. So to be clear, like I'm not a biblical scholar, but I've read and listened to a lot.
You're just a guy.
My understanding is that like the scholarly, both historical, archaeological, and literary consensus is that the Hebrew Bible, at least the Christian Bible is a different story. The Hebrew Bible was composed over the course of say 800 years, depending on which verses you're talking about, by people who were native, or at least were originating from Judea, Samaria, the northern hill country, etc. And they composed a set of like national stories to give themselves a connected identity between these kind of otherwise disparate people in the hill country in the north and in the river plains in the east. And so they composed these stories partially based on oral traditions, partially based on previous histories that the people in the region had, partially based on some historical things, and then they composed those stories. And you can then say, oh well, these people had a relationship with God, and they were trying to understand their peoplehood and that peoplehood's connection with God through these stories, and that's what and you can have a totally fulfilling view of theism, a totally fulfilling relationship with God that way, even with that view. And that's what like normal rational people do. But you're saying no, actually all of this literally is true. And that's, I don't know, that just seems super irrational.
But look at, I mean, bro, you're serving me like it's Jesus Christ versus you. I mean,
and every historian and archaeologist and literary scholar, like this is it's just obviously not true. Like it's obviously not containing like
you're just some guy, bro. Like it's you versus the Bible, and I'm if the Bible says that whatever it says in Hebrew, and then some scientist comes and tells me, actually, there's a contradiction. Like, why would I believe you?
If the Bible said that pi was 3, would you believe it?
What gives you authority and understanding when it comes to Hebrew? You can say, oh, it must be a contradiction. Who are you? Why would I believe you?
If the Bible told you,
the Bible every time.
If the Bible told you that pi was 3, would you believe it?
No.
Oh.
But that's not a fair equivalence.
The Bible does tell you that pi is 3. That's awkward.
Yeah.
It's not a fair equivalence.
Yeah, the Bible says that pi is 3.
That's not even what the Bible says. So like, okay.
Yeah,
let's the ratio of a circumference to a diameter.
If the Bible was
3.
full of AIDS, would you read it?
What?
Would you touch it?
Well, wait, because pi is 3 is a proposition. AIDS is a disease. So that's going to be the symmetry breaker for that one. Good try.
But you're saying like, it's like saying if my story was false, would you believe? It's a loaded question. I mean, like if the Bible was full of...
The Bible does say that pi is 3. That's the problem.
Yeah, so this is 1 Kings 7:23. I'll read it to you.
Oh, I'm sure this
Then
is
he
like
made the molten sea, it was round, 10 cubits from brim to brim, and 5 cubits high. A line of 30 cubits would encircle it completely. So it's saying that from brim to brim, thus like the diameter of it is 10, while the circumference is 30. Pi is the ratio of the circumference to the diameter. So it would be 30 divided by 10, which is 3. So the Bible says that it's 3.
I've heard this one before. I mean, this is like you just go to like atheist.com, 20 contradictions. Do you ever look at apologetics at all? Or
I'm on Bible Gateway.
Yeah, I'm currently reading through right this second. I'm currently reading through Bonson and Van Til to better slam these presuppositionalist fucks. But yeah, I do read apologetics. Yeah.
What are the apologetics for this one, since you're so well versed?
I don't know the apologetics for this one. That would be your burden.
Nobody's ever addressed this.
Probably,
in history.
I think probably the correct apologetic is when it's errant. If I was in your position, I'd say, listen, man, it's errant.
So, but you've never read any like other side of the story. You just read like the.
I would love to hear the other side of the story.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at many scholars argue that the measurements in 1 Kings are rounded approximations common in ancient texts where precise mathematical calculations were not the norm. Ancient cultures also often
were they the norm for
simplified
God?
values for practical purposes. For example, a circumference of 30 cubits for a 10-cubit diameter is a reasonable approximation.
By the way, this is exactly what you expect if it was composed. So those are all fine explanations, and it's exactly what you would expect if this is just written by humans.
But it doesn't mean it's false, and that's your whole implication.
Well, no,
is
it is literally false, right?
Is it true that pi is 3? Is that true?
If it's rounded, then yeah, it is true.
Well, no, the point of doing
meant
rounding
to
is that it's an
be-
approximation, and an approximation is strictly not true.
Maybe it was written as an approximation. If the approximation is meant to be then it's true as it is. It's not meant to be. I mean, bro, your entire science.
By the way,
is
there is an issue
so
with
by your logic, all science is lies because all you do is approximate all day, every day.
By the way, there is an issue with the approximation view, namely, maybe they approximated. So if they were, as far as we can tell, in this, both in Chronicles and in Kings, because it appears in Chronicles as well, they're never giving half. At least as far as I know, they don't give like half cubit measurements or like a third of a cubit or something like that. So maybe you could say, yes, they're approximating to the nearest cubit. But in that case, you would expect them to say that it was 31 cubits around, not 30.
Well, I don't know. I mean, this is the first time. I mean, you guys admitted that like you don't even read apologetics. You don't even
told
look
you that
for
I do read
possible
apologetics.
explanations, 'cause you
Like right now, right this second, I am reading an apologetics book.
not on this.
Yeah,
You
not
said
on
you don't
this,
even
but on
know
other stuff. Yeah.
You said you don't even know one explanation for it.
I
yet you
can't
brought it up.
fathom one other than like what I would run. What I would run is that it was written by humans, probably something like that.
I mean, like I have read explanations, and the explanation is almost always they were just approximating.
Yeah.
But if they were approximating to the nearest cubit, then they would have said 31 cubits. So the explanation just doesn't hold up. And if they're approximating to the nearest 10 cubits, then they wouldn't be able to say things like something was 8 cubits tall, which they do later in the same chapter.
Some propose that the basin was not a perfect circle, or that the measurements referred to
it's
different
round.
parts of the structure. For instance, a flared rim could mean the
It
diameter
even says
was.
circular in shape, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, again,
It would
it's Hebrew,
encircle
though.
it. What the fuck?
You guys like assume there's. I mean, the translations, things get lost in translation. Does it say round?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Yes. Then he made the molten sea. It was round, 10 cubits from brim to brim, and 5 cubits high.
But
A
does that
line
mean
of
like a
30
perfect
cubits
sphere
would what?
automatically?
What would a line of 30 cubits do? It would encircle it completely.
If you round a corner, does that mean you did a circle?
If you encircle it, then you certainly do. You asked,
but it
does
says
it say
round.
it was
It's
round?
round.
And yes,
So if you
the
go
answer
around
is
a corner,
yes.
that means you did 360.
You should have
right?
asked a better question, because your question was, does it say it's round? And it literally does, word for word.
No, it literally doesn't. It's in Hebrew. But even if it did say round, I mean, it says from an unused root meaning to revolve. So it's a curve, bro. And it like
to what?
Even, huh?
To revolve?
Yeah. Does that mean? Does it have to be a circle? Does it have to revolve in a circle, or can it revolve in an oval?
Bruh.
Maybe there can be an ellipse.
That's so
You
funny.
can have it revolve. Does the Earth
Okay, wait.
revolve
But
around
how would you deal with
sun, or is
the
it
encircle
not?
word? That's what I'm curious of. So when it
So the
says it
Earth
would
isn't revolving
encircle
the
it, what
sun
does it
because
mean
it's
that it
not
would
a
encircle
perfect
it?
circle, right?
This is like insane code, but when it says a line of 30 cubits would encircle it completely, how do you take that?
I don't know.
Oh,
Encircle. I mean, it doesn't say that in Hebrew, right? So that's some
I
translation.
pulled up the Hebrew if you want to look at it.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay,
On
so
Grok?
what's
Agol.
the language
Some
that's being
say-
used?
Some say circular, some say round, some say
circular?
round. Most of them say round. The Hebrew says round in the Strong's, but it also says revolving.
Don't use Strong's.
Round.
I'm just looking for the word in question.
This literally translates to circular. What the fuck?
I mean, bro, you have to give there's 3,000. This is such
Listen,
like
he's just God, you know. He makes
childish
mistakes. You
argument.
need to give a bit more leniency to God, man. You
these
just
aren't
couldn't have. He's not
convincing, like,
perfect.
at all.
So by the way, I found the Hebrew, and I found the language that's specifically being referred to, and it's Algol Saviv. That's the phrase that's being referred to as, round and brim or circular, round, whatever. It's two words, and algol or agol literally translates to round, and saviv literally translates to circle or a round thing. So those two words together literally translates to a round circle.
It says on the Hebrew Chaldee lexicon here, it says that it's talking about like a heifer treading the grain in a circle.
In a
It says
what?
a bullock, a steer, a heifer, used of a heifer, broken into work.
In what?
In a what?
What do you mean?
Around what?
Around what?
What was it around?
It didn't say. I think
Read the sentence
said it
that
was-
you just read again.
A heifer treading what now?
grain.
In
Well,
what?
that's what I would assume. That's what they're
A
referring
heifer
to.
treading grain in what?
I don't think it. I mean, you could have an ovular and elliptical.
Read it, coward
You
fuck.
can go around an ellipse. So
Read it. Read it again.
it doesn't say that. It doesn't.
You
okay, I'll
literally
read it.
said it.
Doesn't say
Read it.
circle.
Read it again.
A bullock, steer, heifer, used of a heifer, broken into work. That's all it says.
No,
Hosea,
that's a
you can look
lie.
it yourself.
We literally have the replay. I'll just replay the replay. In the end,
No,
and as
what
the
I
sum
was
total-
saying was my own opinion.
Read it.
When I talked about the treading the wheat, that was
Read
not
it
me reading
again.
from the lexicon. I just assumed. That was
That's being referred to as
Let's
round
just
and
listen to
brim
the
or
replay.
circular, round, whatever. It's two words.
Or just look at
And
the lexicon. the
algol
Hebrew Chaldee
or
lexicon.
algol literally translates to round, and saviv literally translates to circle or a round
I
thing.
think these
So
things are
those two words
silly.
together
I think,
literally translate to a round circle.
Like it says
These
on
people
the
weren't
stupid. You guys try to paint them as they're just like.
So,
Oh,
look,
I guess I
here's-
don't know
the
pi. I'm
Hebrew
just
Chaldee
too dumb to
lexicon
here's
here
my
measure the
says
question.
that it's
multiplicity.
talking about like
that's
a,
not
here's-
what it
here's
was.
my
Wait, can we just
There's
listen to the
reasonable
replay? Why are we
explanations for
terrified
all
of the
of this.
replay? If your
What?
point is strong, then you shouldn't fear the replay.
I already.
If your
I'm
debate
not-
strategy relies on you
shaking in my
forgetting
boots,
the
don't
things
do
that
the
you've
replay.
said, then we will just gently remind you, and then we'll take the conversation from there. Let's just listen to the replay.
I think a heifer treading the grain in a circle. What? Okay, cool. Oh,
Yeah.
Ian, I wanted to remember our last. Do you remember our last conversation?
No.
So,
Yeah.
Jordan, is there anything else you want to talk about? Otherwise, we're just going to move on to the next color.
Yeah, Ian said that he doesn't believe that parents would be morally responsible for bringing children into a world with a 99%
It's you?
rape rate. Do you agree with that, Dr. Blitz? Do you think that parents can just bring?
Sorry,
their
I don't know
kids
what's the claim.
Dr. Blitz, I think you were there for that. This is like the crazy guy who was like completely
No,
crashing out, who was
it was
like,
Dingo.
do you think it would be, the parents would be morally responsible for bringing children into the world if 99% of people got raped? Would the parents be morally responsible for that? And then I said, no, the rapists would be morally responsible for that.
Yeah, so Ian thinks you can pretty much bring kids into any world and it's fine. Parents have no moral responsibility. Parents can pretty much birth their children into a wood chipper, and Ian's like, woohoo, bring them in.
No,
Keep-
because
keep
then
it
you would be
coming."
putting them in like a cause. Like if you set it up such that they're going to get
Blame the wood chipper,
thrown into the
guys.
wood
Don't
chipper,
blame
if
the
you
parents for
position them in
putting
the
them
wood
there.
chipper, then you'd be responsible in the same way that if you dropped them into the wood chipper,
Nobody
you'd be
should we really-
responsible.
Should we really relitigate this
Yeah.
conversation?
Nobody agrees. I mean, it's just insane. It's
Wait,
so
do you think
obviously
that?
insane.
And
that
and
Ian
when we look at the comment
clowned on
section from
himself.
that video, do you think that I'm the one that people were saying was
Nobody
insane?
agrees with you.
Everyone in the
Nobody
comments
thinks
agreed
that
with me on
parents
that
have
one.
no moral response. Is there any situation, Ian, where parents
If
do
if
have moral
parents have a
responsibility?
child and that child gets graped, unless the parents enabled the grape, unless they like directly put the kid, like intentionally put the kid such that they would get graped, unless the parents like covered up for the rapist, unless the parents were the ones who did the grape, then the parents would not be responsible morally for their kid getting graped. The rapist would be responsible for the kid getting graped, not the
So-
parent.
Would you send your daughter to a party with 9 out of 10 of them rapists?
I'm
No.
going to make an
not?
executive decision here. I'm vetoing relitigating this conversation.
Okay.
It's been had already. It's already on YouTube.
Yep,
I'm making an executive decision.
fair enough.
By the way, we have 2 super chats to go over. We have N8C with the $2. Thank you. And we have Hard Work with the $5. L Caller doesn't check sources before trying to dunk on hosts. L Caller didn't know LLMs hallucinate. Both those things are true. Right. So we have another guest. RS, how's it going?
Guys, hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah. How's
Yes,
it
we
going?
can. How's it going?
Yes, I'm going good, thanks. So I don't want to talk too long. People don't really like it when I'm a guest for some reason. But
It's because it gets
I had a
technical.
question for. I had a question. Do you? I guess maybe we should give context. I propose God is objective morality. You propose there is no normative reason to follow God's morals.
Mm.
My counter question is: do you think you should obey your parents, or that children should in general obey their parents?
Are we making like a general claim?
Not for all cases, but in general, yeah.
I don't think you have a strict moral obligation. I think that you could probably make like, I don't know. I'm not really sure how
it's
to
probably a
apply
good heuristic.
oughts. I'm not.
It's
Yeah, I
probably
don't know
a
how
good
to.
heuristic.
I don't really
but
know how to apply
what does that
oughts
mean?
to children. I think I would need to think more about how we should go about applying oughts to children, because I definitely think that the moral responsibility a child has is very different than the moral responsibility that an adult has.
Look,
But that's not in your Goethean definition. Sorry, can you just tell me what heuristic means?
Yeah, it's essentially like a rough. This isn't a formal definition, but it's essentially a rough guideline to achieve some set of goals. So if the child's goal is to do morally good things, if the child's goal is to be successful or whatever, generally speaking, probably a good idea to listen to your parents, because at least better than listening to just yourself if you're a child. If you want to achieve certain goals. Just because your parents will generally give better advice than you'll be able to come up with yourself.
So that's the trap
but
that I wanted you to fall into.
But the point is but hold on. But the point is that this is not like a moral. There's not like a moral claim being made here that they should blah 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 blah. This is just like, look, if you have a certain set of goals and you want to achieve those goals, you might be more successful if you listen to your parents rather than just relying on yourself. But again, that's a heuristic. It's not always going to apply. It's by the way, it's similar to the heuristic that if you want to know something about the real world, about the external world, you should listen to the scientists who are experts in that field, because more often than not, they'll be right. But again, they'll be right, they'll be wrong sometimes.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
I just propose that we have the same standard for children obeying parents for people obeying the commands of a god. Because
if you're suggesting that that's a heuristic, that's like an accurate heuristic, then we would just say, well, but a lot of the times it's actually like not an accurate heuristic, so it seems like it fails.
So
why would you say? Yeah.
Let me think. So why? Because the question that collapses the God view is just like, why should we listen to God? Like, why are we obligated to listen to God? Where does that obligation come from? And then we can ask a similar question, like let's say like in general, kids are obligated to listen to their parents. Where does that obligation come from? I would assume it comes from interests.
Yeah, it comes from trying to meet some certain goals, or maybe some intrinsic desire to follow authoritarian whatever. But regardless, those comes from, some internal drive.
I don't know.
So
I need to think more about it. I'm not sure if I'd say that you have like kids have like a moral obligation to listen to their parents.
No,
but they're still agents, and they would come under the Goethean argument for morals, right? You would have to somehow distinguish children from adults.
Yeah. So what it would come down to is you have like the freedom to make your own informed decisions, but because children aren't able to make like big important decisions, like they just don't have like the mental faculties for it, what you would probably end up with is just like an obligation towards them, to do this like type of decision making for them,
but
in a way that
children are still agents, and so even though they might not be able to make
agents?
To some extent, yeah. So if I can just give an example, let's say I'm a child and I'm playing on my iPad, and then my dad says, okay, you've had enough time on your iPad, you need to put the iPad down. From my perspective, my rationale is I'm a fairly normal child. I'm not like bad in school. I'm not badly behaved. And I don't see anything bad that can happen from me playing on my iPad. My dad might be wiser and say, if you spend all your time on the iPad, you're gonna grow up to be a nobody or whatever. And so that might be the motivation for why I can't be on the iPad. But me as a child, from my perspective as an agent, it's irrational for me to just be forced to stop playing on the iPad. So the child will be being rational, even if it's with limited information. And so you could make the same extension to God.
Yeah,
and us.
so everybody has like the right to freedom and well-being in my view. And what this is going to mean in this specific case, the right to freedom and well-being entails a right to ensuring that others have freedom and well-being, especially if it's somebody that you have custody over, control over, like a child of yours. You have an obligation to defend this person's well-being as if it were your own. What that basically indicates is that you can make these kinds of like well-being decisions for your child because the types of decisions that they can make, like the level of freedom that they actually have to assess and pursue purposes, it's existent, so they have these rights, but you have a much more extensive understanding of these things, which means that you're just going to have the freedom and well-being to do right by your child insofar as it ensues their freedom and well-being.
So that explains the parent's obligation, but it doesn't explain the child's obligation to follow what the parents are telling them to do.
I don't know how to actually parse out. I think that this is like
I
an
don't even think they
interesting
have one.
philosophical question. I don't know what kind of obligation. I don't know if I'd say it's a moral obligation, if it's like a pragmatic obligation. I would have to think more about what kind of obligation a parent has with regards to the child.
But,
And then when you get your answer, or just apply the same to God and be prepared that I'm going to ask you why my answer for
But-
why
but
we should
hold on.
obey God or whatever is not the same.
So just to be clear, it seems like
Why is there an
and, like,
echo?
we can just take a step back. So the reason why we're having this conversation at all is because you want to say that actually there is a moral obligation to follow God, and therefore there is moral objectivity. There are objective morals in that sense, as there's like this fundamental obligation, and therefore. So you'll have to correct me where I'm going wrong, but it seems like you're trying
Yes.
to use this to then use the moral argument as a justification for God's existence.
No. So Ian is basically saying objective morals are independent from the existence of a God, and his reason why is because Ian says for something to be moral, you need to have a moral obligation to do it. And so we spoke yesterday about whether or not it's normative to obey God. So I'm sort of circling back to that. Is it not should we follow God's commands?
So,
Not whether or not God's commands are objective morals is a different question, but whether or not we should follow what God is saying is a different question.
so in like a specifically moral sense is the question, like, do you have a moral obligation to follow God's commands? So if we pose the same question about children, do children have a moral obligation to listen to their parents? I don't think so. I'm not sure. I don't know.
I mean, intuitively, it just seems false, right?
I feel like I could. Okay.
Like if a 5-year-old like defies their parents, if like the parent says, go, I don't know, or if a 9-year-old defies the parents, and the parent says, go do your homework, and then the kid says, haha, no, I'm not going. Like, we don't think that the 9-year-old's a bad person. We don't think that that's like a moral failing. We just think of them as being like, oh, they're a kid, so they're going to make bad choices. But that's not like bad in the moral sense. It's bad in like the pragmatic sense. This is what you should do if you want to achieve some goals. So I just think it's false that there's a moral obligation.
So, but do you think that a pragmatic obligation is sufficient for you to obey a moral law? Or if we define moral law as not being morally, like you don't have it. If the only
think that only
obligation to do
holds-
something,
So pragmatic obligations come from desire to achieve certain goals, right? You have some goal that you'd like to achieve. There is a pragmatic obligation, if you'd like to achieve that goal, to take the pragmatic or take certain steps. So then the question is if there is a pragmatic obligation, that only applies to the people who share that goal.
I don't understand, because a child might not have the same goals as what the parent thinks is the child's goal should be. What do you mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, the child doesn't have a moral obligation. The parent might have a goal in mind for the child, and so we look at the child and we're like, oh, well, he's not living up to these things that he has to do in order to achieve this goal that I have for him. But if that's not his goal, then he wouldn't even have a pragmatic obligation.
I think the parents would have a moral obligation to sort of guide the child to make the right decisions, or to even limit the agency insofar as it protects the freedom and well-being of the child in the future. But that doesn't address the question of the child following the parent. And
Yeah, it's not clear at all that the child has any obligation.
but it's still, you would still argue that the parent necessarily, or not necessarily, but the parent would likely have the better understanding of what the child should and shouldn't do, and so it's better if the
To
child
meet
follows
certain
the
goals.
advice of the parent.
Look, to
What
meet
do you
certain
mean?
goals. So like, if you're a parent, I'm not a parent, but I imagine that as a parent, you desire certain things for your child, right? You want them to be successful in life, you want them to be happy, you want them to have a family, maybe. These are things that you desire for your child because, maybe you have these things or maybe you didn't have these things, and you know that those things will bring them joy and that in turn will bring you joy. So you might have desires for your child, and that might include getting good grades so you can get a good job, right? So a parent will try to impose, depending on the parent, of course, a parent might try to impose that their kid doesn't spend all their time on their iPad and instead does their homework, so that the child is more likely to be successful in the way that the parent wants, because the parent has this idea that that will make the child happy. But that has nothing to
But
do
I don't
with
think
what the
that's the
child's
motivation.
desires are. You
So I
don't
think it
so?
is, because so when the child is older and the child might feel like imagine a person who's not been raised properly and they've been done an injustice by their parents. So when they're older, their freedoms and well-being are limited, whether it be because they're not educated properly or they don't have the right a good state of
Sure.
health. And so the parent is morally obligated to raise a child in a certain way. But why is the child, there's two.
So this is so interesting because I can't find a single philosophical paper that even attempts to address this question.
Because I'm original and genius.
Yeah, about whether or not children have moral obligations. I can't find anything. I can find a page about the obligations that parents have to their children. There seems to be a lot of work on that, but the types of moral obligations that children have, I don't think that this is something that gets looked into. I don't know. I would definitely have to think more about, because my intuition is that no, children do not have young children do not have moral obligations, and then you would just have gradual moral obligations, increasingly. But if that's inconsistent with the system, then I would probably just defer to the system.
Okay. So okay.
But
I guess we'd have to see what
Ian and I probably agree that it's at least not obvious that children have any sort of moral obligations, or perhaps not even any obligations at all.
Yeah.
So then the extension of that would be, do we have any moral obligations to objective morals if they exist?
So the question comes down to, because the same question kind of arises for things like moral realism, moral non-naturalism, where you being very certain that something is good, it doesn't really answer the question of why should I do this? Okay, I agree. I'm very certain that it's a good thing to do, or doing this thing would be a very bad thing to do. But why should I do it? What reason do I actually have to do it? Because if it's just the sense that it's there, right? That gives me a lot of certainty that it's good, but that doesn't answer the question of why should you do good? For example, this gets litigated in debates related to realism of morals. So for example, let's say you're a moral intuitionist and you have a very strong intuition that grape is bad. And it's I'm very certain that you shouldn't grape. It's very intuitive. I intuit it very much. I'm very confident in that proposition. But why does my confidence give me a reason? Why does that lead to an obligation? I just don't know how confidence translates to obligation, but I agree that there's a lot of confidence there. So I don't know. It's kind of weird, but yeah.
We don't have to stay on the Goethean ethical system,
Yeah.
but I do want to ask one other question about it.
Sure.
Why do we base the whole moral system on the logic of action and not the logic of some other process like suffering or consciousness, or even being created by God.
Because what morals
I think
is,
it's arbitrary in the fundamental sense. Sorry, go ahead.
morals by its very nature is a practical science. It's supposed to tell you what the right actions are. That is morals without actions is meaningless. Like I don't know
Morals
what
without
morals without
consciousness is
actions would even
meaningless.
refer to.
Morals without consciousness also doesn't make any sense. So you could base it off consciousness.
I mean, I ground my morals in agency, of course, but it needs to be like, I don't think if we're all conscious, but we don't have, I don't really know. Like, if you're conscious, but you don't take actions, whatever that would mean, I don't really know if you have any moral obligations. I can't seem to think of them. Maybe there are. I don't know. It doesn't seem very obvious to me that if you were
So it's
conscious
not
but didn't
about
take actions,
isola-
that you would have
Mhm.
moral obligations.
So my question is not about isolating a particular necessary precondition for an action to be moral or immoral. It's about identifying what those necessary preconditions are and then arbitrarily choosing which one you're going to base your moral system off of.
I don't think that
Because-
it's arbitrary. I think that it shouldn't be arbitrary. I think it's really hard to answer the normative question if it is arbitrary.
But why do you... I think the mistake you're making is asserting that for something to be a moral law, it has to be normative.
Otherwise, you can't say you ought do things. You can't make prescriptions. You can't say this is the right thing to do. I don't
disagree
know
because
what morals without normativity would look like. Descriptive
'Cause me and-
morality would literally
Mhm.
just be, well, these people think this is the right thing to do. Those people think that's the right thing to do. At that point, you're doing like sociology.
But we all agreed just now that we can determine that whether or not an action is good to do.
Yeah.
But we just can't answer the question why doing good things is the right thing to do. But when I asked you why can't we base it off of, or why can't a moral law be non-normative, and you're saying, well, because we won't know what we should do.
There are just
But
no oughts.
Either,
You can't say you should do
well,
anything.
you ought to obey your parents. But
That's a normative claim, though.
Based off of pragmatism or whatever.
Even pragmatism is normative.
So then obeying the moral law dictated by God is normative because it's pragmatic to obey the moral law.
It's not. So morals need to give strict reason. So reasons that's independent of your desires. So pragmatics depend on your desires, but they're normative. Like, it tells you what to do if you desire specific things. Morals also are normative. They tell you what to do, but it's supposed to be, at least if your morals are supposed to be like objective, they're supposed to be independent of your desires.
Do you not see how we circle back to the parent and child analogy?
Maybe you could point that out.
So you ought to obey your parents because they know best, and when you're older, you'll be able to fulfill your ends. And so the same thing applies for humans and obeying God's law. God knows better what your ends are going to want to be.
But just because it's pragmatic doesn't mean that it's moral.
No, but it is normative because you just said that.
But even in that case, it still relies on preferences or desires or some sort of internal thing that's not objective, right? Let's say that the kid doesn't want to have these freedoms or whatever, then he has no obligation pragmatically either.
Yeah.
But then are they an agent? So I think
so
the
saying
issue with
like
that is
if you don't want to get tortured forever, then you should listen to God. That's normative, but there isn't a categorical obligation there. There's no categorical imperative to that. There's a hypothetical imperative, like an if-then imperative, but there isn't like a categorical, like you should do this.
You should be logically consistent with the parent and child and the human and God.
I would be, right? I would totally say, if you want to, because I don't even think this is strictly true. But let's say all parents were perfect, like all parents actually did do what was best for their child, then it would be true that If the child wants to, I don't know, get raised properly, then they should listen to their parents or things like that. Maybe you would make that if that was indeed true, although in the state of reality, I would certainly say that that's not strictly true. So I don't know. I think that there's a struggle to even ground a hypothetical imperative there.
Okay, I think we've highlighted the problem. Maybe we can think about it, or I don't know, we could publish a paper. I have no idea.
Yeah. Do you have anything else?
I don't. If there's other people waiting, we can move to them, or you can attack me with something. I don't mind.
No, it's okay. I'll move to the
Yeah,
next one.
there's somebody who wants to come on. But thank you for being here.
Yeah,
We do have a super
appreciate
chat
it.
to go over. We have 2 super chats to go over. One from Colin Stalker with the 10 British pounds. Brilliant as always, guys. It's so important that theism is challenged. Excellent life as always. I appreciate you. And then from Free Jemmy, don't know if I'm saying that right, with the $2, parents are demonstrably existent. That's also a symmetry breaker. But the point is that this was the conversation was in the context of supposing God does exist, do there exist objective morals? That was the subject of the conversation. But we have a guest named Jacob who's been waiting very patiently for a very long time. We should probably bring them up.
Yep.
Guys, how are you?
Hey,
Can you hear me?
Doing all right. How are
yeah,
you?
doing well.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, so okay, I'll be upfront with my position and where I'm coming from on this. So, I'm not one of the mean ones, but I like Jay Dyer. I like guys like that. I like the tag, the presuppositional.
You like the mean ones?
I do like the mean ones. But so I was excited when I heard that you said you were reading through Bonson and Van Til. And so my question for you is, because I'm tend to be an open person. I'm interested in new worldviews. What would be your response to tag? Because at this moment, I'm inquiring into Orthodox Christianity. Grew up evangelical, and to me, I think tag makes some very interesting, claims. Some very interesting. Shall we say? I mean, it's a very convincing argument to me. So, without further ado, what would be your response to tag?
Yeah.
How would you go about disproving tag in your view?
Yeah. So I actually agree. I think that it is. I think it motivates very interesting questions about the nature of logic, rationality, morality, etc. All of these things. I think it raises interesting questions. Totally agree with that. But I think that how tag works typically is that you go very fast through a lot of different categories with a lot of conflation. So I find that it helps to go really slowly through what is being asked. So when you're asking for a refutation of tag, let's get very clear. Which transcendentals are you interested in, a defense of?
Yeah, I mean, the possibility of knowledge, logic. We could start there, I guess.
Sure. Possibility of knowledge and logic. And when you run tag, because some people run it as an epistemology claim, are you running it as an epistemology claim or a metaphysics claim?
I guess. I mean, I would tend to not separate the two. It's because a lot of the people that I'm talking to don't have any sort of philosophical background, so it's not exactly clearly delineated. And I'm speaking to a lot of my more atheist or agnostic inclined friends, or even if I would use tag to talk about the Orthodox Church versus evangelical Protestantism or Catholicism, something like that, showing worldview defeaters. I don't know what category you would put this into. I don't know. A refutation of tag. Let's just start with maybe a metaphysical perspective.
Yeah, sure. So you'd be asking for grounding, it exists in virtue of what?
Justified true belief. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So in virtue of what does justified true belief exist in? So let's get clear on definitions. So a belief is obviously just a true propositional attitude towards some proposition, just a claim about reality. Justification, I take that to be a reason, as a consideration that favors one belief or the other. So when you're asking for the justification for the grounding of knowledge, what that's going to come down to is just whatever the grounding for justifications are and whatever the grounding for beliefs are. So I guess there's 2 important things here, or maybe one important thing to clarify. Do you take a stance on epistemic internalism or externalism?
Define what you mean by that.
So internalism tries to start from things that are like strictly internal to you and then reason to more conclusions.
Like I think, therefore I am. Something like that.
Yeah, that would be an example of one, yeah. Yeah, like your foundation there would just be like the direct apprehension that your mind has of your thinking. Like, you know that you're thinking, right? It's you can't possibly be wrong about the fact that there are thoughts being had. Even if you're wrong about everything, even if reality doesn't exist, there still is like thoughts that are coming and going. So that would be an example of like an internalism, whereas like an externalism might be, well, God gave me my senses, and he gave me my senses properly. And the only way that you can arrive at that is through the use of your senses, of course.
Right, of course.
But it's like, you know, what you're making is like an if-then statement. So if God gave me my senses, then I know all of these things. And you might not make the claim like God gave me my senses, but you'd be making like the if-then.
Yeah, I think I would tend to probably lean towards externalism then, but as you're defining.
Yep.
Tending to think like,
I'm sorry,
like,
go for
you know,
it.
hey, oh yeah, no worries. I kept almost cutting you off, so I apologize. I would tend to, you know, gravitate towards, like I said, something more external, like, you know, hey, I mean, if my justification, I would say, because if I take a more coherentist approach to epistemology, then if my worldview is coherent in a way, then we could say, well, then my presuppositions on that are that God has given me rational faculties, and we could see that logic exists within those rational faculties. And I would tend to then posit that the only way to arrive at that, the only way that through logic you could believe that logic exists is with the grounding of a transcendental being.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I think that it's actually really easy for the atheist to justify things like knowledge in their worldview from the perspective of like externalism and coherentism. Basically, the story that I would tell you is, you know, evolution gave us our senses. They're mostly reliable, although sometimes they make mistakes. That's just empirically true. And that would be true on your view as well, right? Like your senses aren't infallible, but they're like pretty good. Correct. They're pretty reliable. So I could make the same claim, just like evolution led to a state where our senses are basically reliable, especially when we reflect on our senses. Our senses are basically reliable, especially under reflection. So that would be like the externalist story.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I think I probably think that in an atheist worldview, I would say that that's possible. At least, you know, I would grant you that would be a decent claim. But then I think you run into issues where how do you then, you know, where does logic exist within the context of matter? You know, when you look at an atom under a microscope, where's truth? Where are numbers? Where's knowledge? Because if things are just chemical reactions in your brain that have evolved to sort of allow you to come to some reasonable sense of a conclusion, well, I mean, you know, that's the thing about the transcendental argument. You could go in a million different directions.
Yeah, sure.
Propositions. I think one of the other things that you might say is, well, then how do you determine the truth and falsity of any claim, right? So if your brain is just a series of chemical reactions, where in that chemical reactions did it, like, is the truth or falseness? I guess I don't know if that makes sense.
Sure.
But do you get what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah. So, yeah, let's get clear. When we say the theory of truth that I hold to, I'm a deflationist about truth. So I don't think truth is a property of things. I think saying like snow is white is identical in content to saying it is true that snow is white. I don't think the it is true actually adds any content. I think truth is just going to be what is the case. And the thing that makes something the case kind of differs from claim to claim. Like what makes snow white, what makes, you know, the fact that there's a glass of water on the table in front of me, what makes 2 + 2 = 4. This is just like very different for each of the claims. The truth maker is very different in each of these cases, where it could be the case for like 2 + 2 = 4. Well, that's just true by the definition of the terms. It's necessary. There literally couldn't be, like it couldn't be anything other than that just by definition. But in terms of like groundings for logic, I like the approach that logic follows just from the fact that things are distinct from each other. So at the baseline level of physics, there are things that are distinct from each other. They're relational, but they're not the same thing. So for example, like force is different from mass, even though they have like a relation between them. The fact that things are distinct from each other means that force is not mass. So it would be a contradiction to say that force is mass, and all of these are going to be false. So when we ask for like the grounding for a proposition, what we're asking is like what makes it true that A and not A is false? Like what makes that the case? And what makes that the case is that A is not A. It's not A, or it's not A. It can't be. Otherwise they wouldn't be distinct, but they are distinct. So the fact that things are distinct to me is what grounds things like the law of non-contradiction. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the way a transcendentalist might go about asking that question is, so things are distinct, but how does that, so like if you're talking about A is not A, or A equals A 100% of the time, A isn't B at the same time, right? If you're talking about propositions like that, where do you find that in, like, I don't know if you're a materialist. I think I listened to you before, Ian, when you were live streaming in the past, talking to some other guys. And would you appeal to a Platonic form? I thought I had heard you make an appeal to Platonic forms in that sense.
Maybe. I definitely think you can. Although, I don't know, I'm not like completely sold on it, but I do think it's an easy solution to these problems. It's like easy, it's convenient. I don't know, like the theist can't really complain about it. I certainly think that you can do that.
Okay. Yeah, I
to be clear, you can also be an anti-realist about Platonism, and you can just say, look, logic is just the set of like linguistic features that we have to describe when things are different from each other, for example. You could just be like a complete anti-realist about these things, and that works too.
Yeah.
And I'm struggling. What's the word, Ian, that I'm missing? Not
nominalism?
Yeah, you can also
right.
be a nominalist, and you get to the same place. You just have like a different metaphysics or a different ontology for truth. But
yeah, so
right, you would deny, like,
you'd be a realist about the distinctions, but you would basically just say that it's like an empirical law. That the fact that things are distinct means that you can
they're not the same.
You can place this rule and it will be true because things are different.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. I've never gone on a live stream before, so I'm having a hard time gathering my thoughts.
It's listen, I think, gosh, this is gonna. I hope this doesn't sound like backhanded. But I think tag. I basically think that the only way you can successfully run tag is if you're like a really aggressive person. Like you basically need to be going like 90 miles per hour, like shifting from like epistemic internalism to externalism, to like all sorts. I don't know. Like I don't think tag is a very good argument. Like I think it's very interesting. It raises an interesting challenge. I just think that if you reflect sufficiently, the challenge is like pretty easy to defeat. Which is why I think the only people who run it successfully are people who successfully make like the conversation very messy.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I tend to be more aggressive, I guess, when I run it. I'm also like interested in, other worldviews, just because I haven't heard, because on the internet, you get guys that go on Jay Dyer's stream or some of these other guys' streams, and they really just have no formal background in philosophy or anything like that. And they get crushed because they're dummies.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
And so I'm just curious. Like I had come across your stream on YouTube, and I was like, oh, this guy seems like he at least from what I can gain or glean, he seems like he knows what he's talking about in regards to philosophy. So I'll hop on and ask him a few questions. So you would say that it would appear to you that maybe tag is more of a linguistic trick, is like it's more of like a semantic.
It's a rhetorical game.
It's a debate tactic, is what I'd say. Like, I think, if you want like the real arguments, I think the real arguments are like, I don't know, this would require like a lot of reading, but if you got really deep into physics, I think there's versions of fine tuning that are actually pretty good.
by fine tuning, you don't mean like the Christian thought of the fine tuning argument. What do you mean by
No.
fine tuning?
I mean, I do mean the fine tuning argument, but again, like it's not like the things that are finely
It's not
tuned.
like, oh, I see a watch on the ground. It's more sophisticated.
Yeah, it's like
But-
these constants, like they fall in like a narrow range, and it's like a lot of them. That's like under, I don't know how familiar you are with like Bayesian statistics, but the argument is like these constants are a very narrow range. Even if we don't take a stance on whether or not they could be different, the fact that they're in such a narrow range is like exactly what we would expect if somebody put them there or like finely tuned the universe. I think that argument is probably the best one for religion. I think that there are defeaters to it. I think that there's like ways to overcome it, but I do think that it's like probably the best one. I think tag is an interesting challenge, but it ends up being like more of like a debate tactic than like a good argument, in my opinion.
And one way to know this, and Ian, I guess you would probably know more about this than I would, but like my understanding is that in like the modern philosophical literature, nobody cares about tag. Like philosophy of religion, nobody runs tag, nobody cares about it. It's not taken seriously.
Nope.
Yeah. Oh, and on the fine tuning thing, your argument against the fine tuning argument would be like if we granted that there's a possibility that there's, n to the umpteenth number of possible configurations of the universe, or if you take a multiverse theory, that like we just happened to be in the one that we got lucky enough that we were in the one that got all the right variables.
That's one explanation. I mean, there's a bunch. There's a few potential explanations that would need to be ruled out, of course.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Because I think multiverse is a good solution for it. I also think like
I actually heard yesterday. I actually heard another interesting response that I haven't heard yet, but that can be for another time.
Yeah. So I would say like I think an interesting argument against it is that, well, the first thing to note is that like the multiverse just solves it. Like if a multiverse is true, then this would be true as well. But then I think that the data related to the existence of life actually favors the multiverse because the constants are finely tuned for life. That's fine. But when you actually look at the state that most of the life lives in, it's like a miserable state of nature. Think past humans to like animals. They're like tearing each other to shreds. That doesn't seem finely tuned at all. That seems like horrible.
It's like the worst possible conditions that life could possibly have arisen in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I'll have to think on some of those things and maybe come back maybe on my second live stream. Maybe I'll be a little bit better at formulating my arguments and formulating my thoughts on it. But just wanted to hop on and ask a few questions. I'm trying to think if I have anything else before I go, and then I'll
absolutely
take off. Because again, I think that question of internalism versus externalism. Do you have any I know you said that most modern scholars don't really seem to care about tag. I don't think that in and of itself is a refutation, but
I agree.
If you are there any modern sources that you might give, or maybe contemporaries with Bonson and Van Til, that have any scholarly literature, maybe more from either of your worldviews, that would discuss tag or maybe talk around epistemic justification more from your perspective?
That's a great question. Are you asking for
books, reading material, YouTube videos, whatever
that address tag specifically, or?
It doesn't have, but like a transcendental form of thinking about epistemic justification.
Oh, sure. Michael Humer makes transcendental arguments for internalism, like a foundationalist internalist.
Humer, Huemer?
Yeah.
E-M-E-R.
Yep, cool. Michael Humer, his phenomenal conservatism. He's an internalist. So there's kind of a double bind to tag. Either you hold to internalism about it, in which case, like both the Christian and the non-Christian are on the hook for justifying that our senses work without referencing God or evolution or anything like that. So we're just in the same predicament. Or you're an externalist about it, and then both of us can just appeal to like the external thing that gave us our senses.
Yeah. I guess, because the little bit that I've listened to it about, when Jay Dyer's talked about internalism, I guess you're right, that like the reliability of the self, I think he probably does tend to take a little bit more of an externalist approach. Because so I mean, for you, just walk me through your basic, if you want to put it in a syllogism or as a story, it doesn't matter. What would be your grounding for, I guess we went over that already with we evolved to have proper senses. How does
it's
that
evolutionarily advantageous? Yeah.
wouldn't that possibly though cause some issues with ethics or even your grounding for knowing the knowledge of how to operate in the world? Because if it is the case that our senses are determined by evolution or irrational faculties, how do you know that every other person has not evolved around you to, actually really enjoy it when you punch them in the head? To take a bit of a reductio perspective.
That's a great question. Because we underwent the same process of evolution, because they exhibit the same pain reactions that I exhibit, because the pain parts of their brain light up the same, because like they have pain avoidant behaviors. Kind of, I don't know, like I guess like a variety of reasons. Is how if what you're asking is like infallible knowledge, I don't think that you can have infallible knowledge on any worldview.
I'd probably grant you that.
Yeah, but you can make like a strong inductive case.
More of a probabilistic certitude.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like all the Bayesian evidence, like what would be the case if they felt pain and didn't like pain in the same way that I feel pain and don't like pain? Well, they would exhibit this sign, this sign, this sign, and that sign, and then they just do. They limp when they're hurt. They run away from pain. They like scream when they're in pain. They take steps to like alleviate their pain. It seems to just do like a lot of like pain resistant behaviors.
And to be clear, this also would be predicted under the evolutionary worldview. Mm-hmm. If you take an evolutionary worldview as the cause for why we have the senses we have, well, it actually would predict that every member of the same species would be similar in that regard, in having the same senses, the same of all these features, because organisms that wouldn't share these features, that would want to get punched in the face, would be less likely to survive. And so they would be evolutionarily selected away from, right? So, I mean, like, you can justify this even theoretically just from an evolutionary model.
I guess that makes sense, yeah. I have to think on that more. Mm. Well, I won't take up any more of your time. I can't think of anything good.
You were a phenomenal guest. I definitely appreciate your humility.
Best tag runner in history.
Yeah. It's always
nice.
Maybe
worse because I failed to convert you.
Well, I don't think tag converts people.
Yeah, I don't think tags ever.
I'm being rhetorical.
No, I know.
But yeah, no, I appreciate you guys having me on, and maybe I'll come back in a little bit when I've rewatched the stream and then think through how I could have better answered some of these questions.
Yeah, definitely.
I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And
you as well.
Yeah, too.
All right,
Science
later.
Bless you, Jacob.
Oh God.
Sorry, I had to. We do have a super chat or two, and then we can bring up scales. So from Aaron Leitz, I think I always mispronounce that. But Aaron Leitz sends $10. Thank you so much, Aaron. You brothers are awesome. Praise Doug, hail Satan, LFG, I think stands for Let's Fucking Go, and then some devil horns. We'll take that. And then from Neck2 with the $5, just want to say thank you both for your service to humanity. I appreciate the work you do, and it gives me hope.
Hey, that's really sweet.
Yeah. Now we have a guest, Scales.
Scales. You're muted.
Scales?
You keep on...
Oh, I have to hold the mute button, it looks like. Hello, can you hear me?
That's whack. Yeah, we can hear you, yeah.
But we can hear you, yeah.
Let me try refreshing real quick.
Okay. I'll allow it.
Straight to the back of the line. No, I get it.
No, yeah. There's no line, by the way. If you want to come debate.
There's no line. If anybody wants to come up, there's no line.
Yeah, we would love to talk to you. I think that this is after years of thinking about tag, this is my contribution. I think the laws of logic are grounded in difference.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. How about you?
Hey, okay.
I'm doing good.
Great. What God do you believe in?
I'm a Muslim.
Sure.
So
okay.
I believe in the Quran.
Great. And what would you say is the most compelling reason you could give either of us to convince us that the Quran is, say, the Word of God? Or that the God that you believe in exists, etc.?
Yeah, so basically, it comes down to the mode of revelation and also the historical background surrounding the revelation. So Islam doesn't present a new religion. It presents a religion that has been around for thousands of years prior and transmitted through a lineage of messengers. So if you were to think, let's just suppose that there's a God that is all-knowing, all good, all truthful, and in being characterized by these attributes, he makes this creation, and he wants to reward them for their good deeds. How would this God go about communicating their message, right? He'd want to send someone that can live as an example for the people such that they can understand what it means to do good. So it's very ordinary to expect human messengers. Of course, people are going to be skeptical, so he can make them do miracles, something out of the ordinary to get people to see the message, right? And that's kind of what we see with the whole lineage of the prophets. And the message overall is consistent. It has miracles, it has prophecies, it has evidence of science that wasn't known at the time. And at the same time, it is not internally contradictory and asks people to do good. So I think all of these things together are my main reason that I believe in God.
Okay. I think you raised an interesting question. You ask, what would we expect an all-knowing, all-good, all-truthful God? How would we expect him to communicate his message? If God's perfect, he's a perfect communicator, and a perfect communicator knows that the most important part of communication is the audience, making sure that you're understood by the audience. So what I would expect from a perfect God who's a perfect communicator is that this God would always, like every single year, there would be a new edition of the Quran that comes out that's written in every single language, so you don't need to have meaning lost in translation. I would expect that to be the case.
Also, to be clear, Islam is not unique in that it claims to not be a new religion, right? Christianity wasn't purported to be some new religion. It was just Judaism. It was just Messianic Judaism, which was just Judaism at the time, and it evolved into one. Similarly, the Baha'i faith actually claims to supersede Islam. It's not bringing a new religion. It's just saying, look, all of these past prophets were real prophets. They were communicating from the same God. This new guy who lived in the 19th century is the final prophet. Same with Joseph Smith of Mormonism. He was just doing Christianity. He wasn't introducing a new religion. I mean, this is exactly what all new religions say, right? So it just seems completely expected that, Islam is not special in that regard, nor is it special in the regard of having prophets that do miracles, right?
So
It's also
let me
not
address
special in the
those 2
regard that
points.
I just want to tie back one more thing. It's also not special in the regard that it's extremely vague, as Ian pointed out.
I'm not sure that I agree that it's vague, and we can go into that point later. Let's address those 2 points. So on the mode of communication, you say maybe the Quran should have been communicated like on a yearly basis. What's to stop it from being communicated on a 6-month basis, or a 1-day basis, or a 1,000-year basis? This is just basically human reasoning, trying to attempt to say, okay, well, this is my preferred mode of communication, and everybody's going to arrive to a different conclusion about what the preferred mode of communication could be. I was kind of just laying some groundwork for an overall framework of what that communication should look like. It has to be in a pattern. It can't be a single person that's claiming it. Otherwise, we might think that that single person is crazy, right? So Islam meets those kind of framework pieces without necessarily meeting an idea that any individual person will have about exactly what languages it should be represented in or the frequency. And when it comes to the uniqueness of Islam, the uniqueness is twofold. It's in its preservation of its text. We have our exact text preserved undebatably since like less than a decade, or maybe a couple decades since the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And we also have a text which has no internal contradictions. So that's where I'd hold Islam unique from Baha'i or Christianity or Mormonism or anything like that.
Okay. So I'll address like the human reasoning stuff, and then I want to pass it over to Blitz. So the first thing to address, like the point that you said, I think that this runs into like a Sorites paradox. I agree. It might be like kind of arbitrary exactly when you release a new Quran, but certainly 1,000 years before releasing the next Quran, several thousand years is too long. That's a long enough duration such that language has changed so profoundly that it's going to lose a lot of its original meaning, or it's going to become unparsable, or much harder to actually translate or understand over a long time. But if you released it every year, then you could keep it in language that all the people would understand. But I think the more damning point is the one that you didn't respond to, that it should be released in every language, certainly. If it's only released in one language, and this, like the Quran involves like double meanings that only exist in Arabic that can't be translated to different languages, then that's just a bad form of communication. If this is meant to be a universal text that everybody follows universally, then certainly it should just be in every language. Otherwise, you're going to have translation errors and you'll have people squabbling about translations, which is exactly what happens. And I'll turn it over to Blitz to talk about that second point.
Can I address that point?
Yeah,
first?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So Islam proposes this idea that we have this fitra, which is this born inclination to believe in God. We are naturally seeking to do good. We naturally have an inclination to do God. So in that sense, the Quran is not the only form of communication that we have from God. We also have the fitra. And really what the Quran is doing is kind of ironing out the edges about exactly what it means to do good. And in that sense, the translations are perfectly fine. I don't think it is a majority point of view at all that, for example, any major English translation like a Sahih International or something like that is so far disconnected from the original text that it's not parsable. So we believe, I've read the English translation. I've also read the original Arabic. It's perfectly sufficient to be able to get to the major facets of life. There are some details here and there that, and some nuances that you might not be able to pick up on from the original language. But that's not really the point. Like, those details aren't really make or break.
So, okay, then I feel like we've just shifted the point, because your initial point was about how an all-knowing, all-good, all-truthful God would communicate his message. If you're saying that the message was just written on our hearts, then it seems like the communication of the message is irrelevant. Like, I'm not sure why we would need the message communicated if it's already written on our hearts. But also, it seems like you acknowledge that there is meaning that is lost in translation, which means that it would be a way better form of communication if it was originally written in all the other languages, so you didn't have to translate them.
So yeah, you bring. I see where you're coming from, but we have to look at what it means for something to be written in our hearts. Just because it's written in our hearts doesn't mean that we're going to follow it. And just because it's written in our hearts, it does not mean that we don't have free will. And it does not mean that there aren't external factors like societal factors that can pressure us away from what we know to be correct. So just like the story of Satan, right? It's a little bit similar in the Quran, where Satan deceives mankind and tricks them into doing what they knew to be wrong, right? So in a similar way, when the societies become deviant enough, this is when God would send messengers. Because as a whole society, yes, you're born with the fitra, but when everybody around you is doing something different, then you're not going to be inclined towards that truth that you thought you knew. So God would send messengers continually, and yeah. So
there's problems with that view, though, right? Because on the one hand, you could say, well, because the Islamic view is that Muhammad was the last messenger, right?
Yes.
If God is capable of sending a messenger in such a way that no other messenger will ever be required, then it demands I demand to know why wasn't Jesus the last messenger? Why wasn't, Samuel the last messenger? Why did God screw it up so many times before getting to Muhammad? On the other hand, if God sends a messenger whenever things start getting unruly again, how could Muhammad be the last messenger? It seems like things are pretty unruly now and have been for, at least 1,000 years. So it seems like under that worldview, you're actually obligated to be Baha'i, because Baha'i does take that view that, messengers have been continued to be sent, the whole time, for the last 5,000 years or whatever, and they're all speaking the same message. It seems like that would be a better, in better alignment with your views.
So on the first point, you're saying, why did God screw it up? I'm saying that this isn't a screw up. It's very intentional that he will send a chain of narrators and a chain of messengers, such that you can't just say, oh, well, Muhammad is just crazy. Oh, but Jesus said the same thing. Oh, well, he was just crazy. Okay, well, Moses said the same thing. So there's a lineage there. So that's not really a screw up. And it's on the people to act with their free will. So God created us with free will. If we choose to be deviant, that doesn't speak badly on God. God, when he delivers his message to us and then we don't follow it, that doesn't mean that he's failed to deliver his message. That means that
I think
we
that
chose to
you're
not
missing my
follow
point entirely. My point is merely that there's kind of two ways that this can go. You can either say that God continually sends messengers to, kind of massage the message that's already written on our heart into like a more relevant or more updated or whatever story, so that it can be more applicable, so that it can be more enforced, etc. In which case you would expect more messengers after Muhammad. Or you would say that, well, there's only really one message that needs to be sent. And in which case now it becomes arbitrary that there were X number rather than X plus 1 or X minus 1. So
yeah, it is arbitrary. So what is the issue with Muhammad being the last?
Well, there's no explanation, right?
What do you mean there's no explanation?
There's no explanation as to why Muhammad should be the last, right?
As there would be no explanation to why anyone would be. Well, I'll tell you an explanation
what's
for why there
non-arbitrary
could
is like
be
one
a
messenger.
last.
Wouldn't it be non-arbitrary if there was just one messenger and that one messenger got it right? That seems non-arbitrary.
Or that there was an eternal string of messengers. That would also be non-arbitrary.
So if there's one messenger, people could say that he's crazy. If the whole world is doing one thing and then there's one guy that says, hey, you're all wrong, that seems pretty strange, right? As to why there could be a last messenger, remember when, let's say when you bought your first smartphone, it came with this whole manual about like how to open the App Store, how to open the settings, right? Now when you buy a phone, what do you get? You get a phone that you can't even plug it into the wall, and you don't get a manual. Why? It's because we've advanced to a point, we have enough collective information, we have enough knowledge that we don't need those manuals anymore. So in a sense, the first manual could have been like the final manual. This isn't like a perfect example, but I'm just trying to convey why there could be a final message. We've reached a point in society where we were able to preserve a message. So if we have it preserved and it is God's intention that all humanity should be treated the same, there shouldn't be any updates to that message. So having a final message isn't inherently arbitrary. Now, why Muhammad himself was the last messenger, that I couldn't tell you, but that's something at God's level of knowledge and not mine. What we do know is that there's good reason to believe in what Muhammad is saying because of the prophecies and because of the message itself and the preservation of it and the miracles within it.
So I guess there's a couple of places that we could take this. Maybe the most interesting one is assessing like some of the truth claims. Would you hold to the opinion that it's all communicated non-arbitrarily? Like there's no like room for linguistic disputes?
Of course not. No, the Quran itself in chapter 3 says that there is revelation that is specific and others that is not specific or not as widely understood. And
why possibly would that be the case for the final message?
So let me complete my point. So
Sure.
there's the core of the message, which is precise and it's very clear, and there is the not core of the message, which is not as precise and could be understood in multiple ways. One reason for that is that you allow some room for understanding different ways of practicing the same faith. So multiple different approaches are tolerable. And another way to look at that is that God is all knowledgeable. If you were to write a text and we understood everything in it, it wouldn't be so miraculous. Whereas if that text was so miraculous that when we read it, we saw that there's an obvious evidence of something beyond our regular understanding, we'd be more inclined to be like, okay, yeah, no, this is the real deal from God. So it's not that concerning to me that there are some parts that we don't understand, because we're not expected to understand all the different parts. Like there are the letters that start in the beginning of some of the chapters. Those we're not really meant to understand. But we happen to believe that in the afterlife they will be explained, but that's okay. It's not really the core of the message. It's not really something, to me, worth arguing about the invalidity of the text as a whole.
Well, so that's really, there's a lot of places to take that. Blitz, did you want to say something?
Yeah, would you say that, so I mean, I'm not a perfect communicator, I'm not perfect in any respect, but I would say that generally, when you have something to communicate, it's best to state what you wish to communicate and no more and no less. So if you're just saying that, well, there are these things that are unclear, but you don't really need that to get the message, well, then why didn't he just state the message? Why did he need all of this extra stuff?
Yeah.
It just seems like that's just what somebody who rambles would do.
Yeah, it's confusing.
And I don't think you want to say that Allah is a rambler.
Well, that happens to be your opinion, but if we are creatures that are not all knowledgeable, who are we to judge the approach of he who's all knowledgeable when he's giving us the tools that we need to act in accordance with goodness? So he's giving us the main requirements. There are some extra parts that are not main requirements, and they do exist, but who are we to say, oh, you know what? Although I recognize that I'm not all knowledgeable, your approach here actually doesn't make sense.
Who's the target audience for the Quran?
Humanity.
Okay, does a perfect communicator make sure that their target audience understands the message?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, I don't understand the Quran. I don't speak Arabic.
All of the message?
It doesn't have to be all of the message. The core of the message is what's most important.
So,
if I were to give a very eloquent speech and there was one word that 70% of the audience did not understand, would that be then a bad speech?
I would say that it's not a perfect speech.
I mean, I can see where you're coming from there, but I think inherently with having free will, you're not going to have everybody being all knowledgeable. So inherently a good message is one that everybody can understand the point of it. If
this isn't a good
everybody
message,
can
this is supposed to be a
understand
perfect
every
message.
single word, if everyone can understand every single word in the message, then we don't have free will, because we must have learned all of the words.
That's absurd.
That's the craziest free will defense I've ever heard. Also, this isn't just a good message. This is a perfect message.
Sure.
And yet, somehow people are still confused by it? It just doesn't seem...
Who's confused about the core of the message?
A lot of people.
Did we say any
ever
words
read the Quran
that...
and come out with any conclusion that is besides there's one God, worship him, do good, give charity, and these are the core requirements?
Yeah, there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people who claim to be followers of Islam who don't do those things.
Sure, they can be deviant people. So that comes to the question of good and evil.
They interpret the Quran as they interpret themselves as following the Quran. I'm talking about people who are like clearly evil, who like do beheadings and shit, right? Like these are people who think that they're getting instruction from the Quran. So they're either
I'll stop you there.
They're not
they
getting the message
claim
properly,
to be
right?
getting instructions from the Quran. Just because they claim to be doesn't mean that they genuinely think so.
Oh, so you think that they're just lying?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, like, if we're mind reading now, I guess that's fine. I'm
Well, you
mind
think
reading,
that they're
and
saying the
Uthman.
truth, right?
Well, so no, I think that they are accurately representing their own beliefs. Yeah,
Why would you think that?
because generally people are generally the most informed. Let me rephrase. If you're trying to figure out what somebody's beliefs are, the most correct thing you can do is just ask them, because they're the authority on their own beliefs.
Yeah. I could create like some
Sure, that's the
conspiracy
most
theory
correct,
about
but
how
it won't
Dr.
be
Blitz
perfectly
like
accurate.
secretly believes in God. But you know, I just don't have a reason to think that Dr. Blitz believes in God. You know, I've known him for a good long while. He espouses like pretty consistent beliefs on things. He's expressed many times that he doesn't believe in God. It would be weird for me to manufacture like a conspiracy about like him sinisterly lying about his beliefs for like whatever purpose. I guess it's just like a strange kind of claim to make.
I don't think it's strange. You don't intimately know these people who are doing the beheadings. You don't really know what they're living through or what kind of character they have. You really only hear about the particular action that they chose to do.
So the trouble with this argument is that you can essentially, it's very, very close to a no true Scotsman argument, because you're essentially saying, oh, well, if they claim to be believing in this and they claim to be enacting their interpretation of this, but it disagrees with my particular interpretation, then they're actually lying about their belief or their interpretation. It's literally no true Scotsman. So like,
that's a good
it just
point.
doesn't work.
And that's why in Islam, we have this concept of ijma', which means the far majority scholarly opinion. And when you look at the far majority scholarly opinion, it does not line up with and I'm not sure which particular beliefs you're referring to, but it does not line up with some beliefs that go against the religion. So if somebody were to try to redefine the whole text and be like, well, actually, I understand this word this way and that word this way, they would be going against the far majority scholarly opinion. And so we'd know to reject that way of characterizing the text.
Yeah. So because neither me or Blitz is an expert on what is or isn't consensus, this is our friend Ems, who's a former Muslim. Ems.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we have an ijma' that beheading an ex-Muslim is part of the religion, based on the hadith and the Quranic verses.
Sorry, what was that?
We have an ijma' that beheading an apostate is the correct thing to do.
Beheading who? Sorry, your mic is not good.
An apostate.
No, that is not the majority opinion. And
That
also an apostate is an English term.
حبيبي الكافر المرتد يقتل بإجماع العلماء. It's an ijma'.
So an apostate doesn't have a direct translation to an Arabic term, so you can't say that we have a consensus that an apostasy is punished with beheading.
It does. المرتد هو الأبوستيت.
Your mic is very difficult to understand.
You're blowing your mic out just a little bit. Take maybe like a tab a bit back, and then state it again.
You're muted, Ems.
Yeah, your mic is muted.
Let me try.
Okay.
I'm just not home, so I don't have my setup. But
okay.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was saying that we have an ijma'. The Arabic word for apostate is murtad. And we have an ijma'. An ijma' doesn't mean the majority opinion, it means the consensus. The scholars have come to the consensus that if a person leaves Islam, he should be beheaded, yes.
So that is not the only condition.
No,
for that particular opinion. Sorry?
It is literally the only condition.
So that word is not a one-to-one translation of apostasy. Apostasy is just the leaving the religion, whereas the Arabic word used there is not just about leaving the religion.
Could
it's
you tell me
about
what the word I said was?
and denouncing and promoting others to also leave.
Could you tell me what the word I said was?
I, to be honest, you're speaking very unclearly, so...
I said, could you tell me what the word I said was?
Yeah, I know. I heard that part, but I did not hear the word exactly as you said
So
it.
how are you translating a word in which you do not know?
Because I know what.
Uh-huh.
Scales?
You there?
Uh-huh.
Scales, I can't hear you for some reason.
The word ridda literally comes from the verb to return. So it means to return from Islam. That is literally the only meaning of the word. And the scholars agree that even not praying is condition enough for you to be beheaded.
No,
Because
that's
again,
not true. So
it is true
radda,
because we have a
yes,
hadith.
that
We have a
word
hadith. Just a
is.
second. It is ridda.
That
not
word
radda.
is.
It is
That
ridda.
word does mean to return. But words also, yes, the roots are the core of the meaning, and then the particular arrangement of the letters produces a word that has connotations around it. Like, for example, there could be a word that has the root of the meaning to hide, but in the context that it's used, it means to disbelieve, right? So, like the word kufr, for example. So yes, the root of the word is to return, but that doesn't mean that the only condition of the word used in that particular mode is to just leave Islam. So that's not an accurate characterization of the belief. And it's also nowhere, you could not provide a verse in the Quran that promotes this view.
Like, from the Quran, yes, you can. But again, the entire chapter 9, at-Tawbah, repentance. If you literally go again to Ayat is-Safe, which is 9, I believe 3 or 5, and you go to the tafsir, for example, it is going to promote this view exactly. It is going to tell you that after this day, there is no treaty to be held by the Muslims and the disbelievers, regardless of if you are in war with them or not. That is number one. Number two, ridda literally just means to leave Islam. It doesn't mean to go and fight the Muslims. And the scholars do agree with this. Regardless of if you fight Islam, you should be unalive to apostasy.
Yeah, so I thought what we were doing here was discussing religion at large. If we want to discuss this particular point, I happen to know the context. In Surah At-Tawbah, since you bring it up, chapter 9 is about a particular war, so it's not a generalizable statement.
It is literally not. You can literally open up the scholarly opinions. It tells you it's not.
That's just not true. It's about a particular war. You asserting that it isn't is not accurate. Yes.
So if you open up Ayat is-Safe, and when Ibn Kathir, for example, says that after this day, there has been no promise of peace to any of the idolaters, this is talking about a specific war.
Yes.
So any of the idolaters, when it says again, there is no, you shouldn't take the jizya from any idolater, regardless of if you are at war with them or not. This is talking about a specific war.
That's talking about that specific moment in time in regards to that specific war.
So even when it says when you're not at war with them.
It does not say when you're not at war with them.
It literally says, if you go to Ibn Baz's ibnbaz.org again and you open up the explanation of Ayat is-Safe, he literally tells you that the people that this is talking about is the idolaters of Arabia. And after this verse has been revealed, it hasn't been allowed to take the text from the idolaters who are Arab.
So again, this is just an inaccurate characterization of what is being said there. And you saying that it literally says that does not mean that it literally says that. You're just asserting a statement.
When it literally says that, it isn't actually saying that.
It's not literally saying that. Where's the verse? Give me this verse. Give me the particular commentary. Put it up on the screen. If you really want to go into that particular point, but I thought we were doing something a little bit more serious than this, than trying to do a point by point.
More serious than going point by point?
When it's just my word against yours right now, and we don't have the scholarly backing.
Again, I named the scholars, Ibn Kathir and Ibn Baz on his website, exactly. You have the audio recording of him literally explaining this. He says those who you can take the jizya from are the non-Arab Christians and the non-Arab Jews and the non-Arab Zoroastrians. Anybody but those, you cannot take the jizya from. They have to either accept Islam or fight. It is literally said verbatim.
I mean, you're saying there's an audio recording of Ibn Kathir when he did not live at the time of audio recordings.
I literally said Ibn Baz.
Yeah, this is just not a serious conversation. You two sorry, I forget your names, but you two were having a serious conversation with me, and this one is just not serious. Like saying literally this was said over and over is not.
I literally
It's
told
not
you where you
really
can find it.
promoting your point.
So the scholars are
I
wrong.
mean, really, you're not going to convince me.
But I don't care about convincing
I'd
you, you
encourage
liar.
the audience to go read for themselves about Surah
used to.
Al-Tawbah and see the context there if you're really interested about this particular point.
I mean, if you wanna pivot, we can. The only reason why this was brought up in the first place was because, strictly speaking, it was the burden was on you to say that yes, these people who have some what you view as like an alternative or a false interpretation of the Quran are incorrect, and that's because it disagrees with the majority consensus. Now, when we brought on somebody who's for whom it was a Muslim, for whom Arabic is their mother tongue, for whom they're very familiar with the literature, with the Islamic literature, they come on and say, actually, that's not what the scholarly consensus is. That's not what the majority consensus is amongst Islamic scholars. And you say, no, but that's not relevant. The point is that apparently, I mean, whether you agree or not, the point is that it's at least not clear at all what the scholarly consensus is, what the Islamic consensus is.
Yeah, I don't agree with that it's not clear at all. I think, like you were saying, there's those who will be telling the truth and those who will be lying about it. I believe that this is just straight up a mischaracterization of the evidence that's there.
Yeah, okay, so
that is an intentional one.
So for everybody else, on allegedly Ian's Discord, I'm gonna send all of these scholarly interpretations and their translations in English for everybody to see after the live.
Okay,
like
great.
Because you're simply lying.
We can use that as a proof text. That's great. Right. So the question then becomes, so Scales, have you granted that these people may very well believe that their interpretation is correct, even if you think that their interpretation is not the majority interpretation?
I will say that on some minor points, there will be people who have a minority interpretation on not end of the world, not core to the message cases, and they will genuinely believe that their interpretation is correct.
Well, just to be
on
clear,
the major things, like what are the core tenets of Islam, what brings you into hell or heaven, I do not believe that there is any serious misinterpretation of what the text is.
The context of me bringing up these the examples of beheadings, which we all know happened. Fortunately, not so commonly, but they do happen. Is that I was bringing that up as like a clear contradiction of like doing good. I think that you'd probably agree that generally speaking, beheading people, except in perhaps very, very rare circumstances, would be good.
I agree that beheading people in rare circumstances can be good, and that's exactly what we see in Islamic society, is that it's a very rare occasion, which already does not support the view that Ems is giving, because if it were to be that every Muslim were to leave Islam and people were serious about what they believed, there would be way, way more beheadings.
Well, but I'm referring to the people who, what just happened?
Oop, what? Why? Huh?
What is happening? Oh, sorry.
Hello?
Ignore that. Sorry. Right, so I was referring to like the egregious beheadings that we saw of like that we have like on videotape from, I don't know if I can say ISIS, but like from these very, very clearly extreme folks who are trying, at least, they claim to be representing Islam. Now, I don't think that they represent all of Islam, but they think they do. And so the point is that I think that you'd probably agree that that was bad for them to do, that they are not doing good in the world, that these extraordinarily extreme people, is that something you'd agree with?
Yeah, I would agree with that, and that's why they're a very tiny minority and do not represent the majority opinion.
Right, and I agree that they don't represent the majority opinion, or at least they don't represent the majority of belief. I don't know what the consensus is on scholarly opinion, but my point is that so then we agree that these people believe, these very extreme people believe that this is something that doing this kind of beheading for apostasy's sake it's just good. It's just what should be done, as dictated by the Quran.
No, just because I say it's not the majority opinion, therefore it's not part of Islam, That's for us to know what ideas to reject. Whether or not these people actually believe what they're saying they believe, it's difficult for me to make a judgment on that. Only they know what they actually believe versus what they're lying about. And you'll see that in the majority case, you will have the truth tellers, and in the minority case, you will have liars. And so it could very well be that they do not believe what they claim to believe. And it could be that they do
Okay, so we're
claim.
doing mind reading
Either
again.
way, it doesn't really matter because they're the minority
Well, no,
portion,
but it does matter.
and they're not. Oh, go ahead.
Because it does matter. Because if they don't believe it, then perhaps you're right. But if they do believe it, then I mean, I understand that this is a principle, but then it just becomes an appeal to popularity. If it were the case that ISIS or ISIL was successful and managed to, behead all of the people, all of the scholars that disagreed with them, and had their own scholars write their own opinions, in 50 years, they could be the majority opinion. And we don't generally regard truth as that which is held by the majority, at least not absolutely when you're talking about theology.
Exactly. And this is exactly why we have a final messenger, and we have a interpretation that is most aligned with the people who believed at the time of the messengers, those who were known to be good people. So the messenger, he had his companions, those who we knew to be good. He mentioned them by name, and we can see what their interpretation of the Quran is and how they acted. And so now we know that in the future, whenever we get a heretical group of people acting in a way that is not in accordance with Islam, we can be confident that it's not in accordance with Islam, because we're looking at the majority scholarly opinion, so not just the majority people opinion. And we're also looking at those specifically from the time of the companions first, and the time of the Prophet himself first, if he spoke about the issue.
Do you mind, Ian, could you please read Bukhari 6922? And also I have the audio recording of Ibn Baz. I'm going to play it if you want to hear it, where he literally tells you it is the consensus.
What are we reading?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, you can also just look up any YouTube video about, just look up Surah Tawbah, chapter 9. What is the context of this chapter? And you will find a scholar who will explain what these hadiths mean
when I go to
and what the context of them is.
I go to classical scholars of Islam, like Ibn Baz, not Ibn Baz, Ibn Kathir, Qurtubi, At-Tabari, Jalalain, etc. Those who would have the classical interpretation of Islam would be more likely to be correct than a random American guy living in the 21st century.
Oh, it doesn't need to be an American guy. You can watch any video of a modern scholar explaining what these scholars are actually saying. Because what you're reading will be a translated version anyways. And so if you're really just going to cherry pick one statement at a time, without seeing in collection of their statements what they're actually trying to say, then it's very easy to arrive to an incorrect opinion, even if you were trying to do so honestly. So clear, somebody who's honest would go through a more academic way of going about this.
By the way, this is the problem. This is the problem. Namely, that a perfect communicator would, a perfect piece of communication would not allow for these kinds of disputes. It would just be impossible to do.
I agree. So that's why I think this is where evil comes in.
But it's happening.
No,
so
I
we
don't
have a
think
transcendental
this is what's
argument that the Quran is,
I believe
is
right
not
now,
perfect or something.
Based on what he's saying, so I happen to have a lot of knowledge in these areas. Based on what he's saying, I can very clearly tell that these are intentional lies.
How about what we do? We just read the hadith, and then we can let people decide for themselves what they think it says.
And also, Ian, if you allow me, after that I'm going to play Uthman Khamis's video. Go ahead.
Yep. Some atheists were brought to Ali, and he burnt them. The news of this event reached, I'm going to butcher these names, I'm so sorry, Ibn Abbas, who said, if I had been in his place, I would not have burnt them, as Allah's messenger forbade it, saying, do not punish anybody with Allah's punishment. I would have killed them according to the statement of Allah's messenger. Whoever changed his Islamic religion, then kill him.
Okay. And what is this supposed to be proving?
Again, you said you have a lot of knowledge about this. If I just play just 5 seconds or 10 seconds of Uthman Khamis, a modern scholar who literally just says in this video to unalive all apostates.
قال والتارك لدينه المفارق للجماعة وهو المرتد. المرتد دمه مباح لكن هذا يرجع إلى تقدير ولي الأمر.
Again, he said their blood is permissible. And this is a
Okay.
modern scholar. He learned under Ibn Abbas and Ibn Uthaymeen. And Ibn Abbas and Ibn Uthaymeen say the same exact thing. All of the modern scholars, for example, Sha'rawi, he says, not praying, just skipping prayers is enough to be considered a kafir because of the hadith of the Prophet, in which he says, whoever leaves prayer has joined the kuffar, and he should be unalived.
Okay, beautiful. So now, why is it the case that this is not happening in real society, except for a tiny minority case? Maybe it's that you're misunderstanding what this
I
is
know.
actually saying.
Because
In the
again,
case of the particular hadith that allegedly Ian just read, this one did not make a general statement
it does.
about what to do endlessly. It was a particular saying of the messenger at that particular point in time with that context.
But he's
It's
the
actually
final
the only
messenger.
chapter in the Quran that is revealed without the basmala, because it was revealed in a context in which those who were disbelievers were at war with the Muslims. And so it's actually a very special chapter. It's revealed in that exceptional way to even add to the context that this is a particular historical moment.
When did Ibn Kathir live?
I'm not sure.
Around half a millennia after the Prophet. And he still upheld, again, he studied under Ibn Taymiyyah, and both him and Ibn Taymiyyah upheld the apostasy law. And
So
even
again,
after the
when we
Prophet,
say-
and even after the Prophet, again, even after the Prophet, Umar has unalived, Ali has unalived in the same hadith that we read. Ali was the fourth caliph, the fourth successor after the Prophet, and he's still unalived. Again, you just crying about it is not going to change the facts that, again, the ijma' is that you should unalive. Additionally, does the Quran tell you to cut off the hands of those who steal? Yes, it does. Do most Muslim countries cut off the hands? Do most Muslim countries cut off the hands of people who steal?
No, because petty theft is
Exactly,
not included in this.
It does. It literally says the sariq was sariqa.
Yeah, so I think this is a really good point. Let's go with the point of cutting the hands, because this one we have a majority agreement on.
In the same way that we do in apostasy.
This one, I will grant that we have a majority agreement that theft is punishable by cutting of the hands. This is not a petty theft of one who's hungry, for example, or one who steals out of necessity. And you will see that in certain countries in the Middle East, they will actually go through with this punishment.
Yeah.
I do not believe that this is a negative punishment, or it is not good.
Do you think that we should implement the punishment of chopping off people's hands here? Or like, I don't know where you live, but would you be in support of that punishment here?
I would be in support of the punishment regardless, whether it's here or there.
I think that's an insane
in the
punishment.
context that it's not petty theft.
So, could you tell me what is the punishment for apostasy in Saudi Arabia?
Can you tell me how many beheadings have been conducted in Saudi Arabia in the past 100 years?
I asked you what is the punishment? Go ahead.
And I ask you how many beheadings?
The number is irrelevant. What is the punishment? Go ahead.
No, the number is very relevant because it shows that your point is insincere. That's why the number is relevant. And I'm not interested in speaking to you because you're very insincere.
Says the person who's literally running from the scholars. Like, you're running from Ibn Abbas, you're running from Ali, you're running from all of the scholars. You're running from the friends of the Prophet, you're running from the Prophet himself.
Yeah,
just
so
going
I'm
up
not
on panels and assuming you can lie.
speaking to Ems because I already spoke about why I think he's insincere and the context of revelation behind these chapters.
Of course you're
and
not.
The context that these interpretations of the verses are taken with.
Okay. Well, in that case, we appreciate you coming on up. Thank you so much. And Ems, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
As always.
Yep.
And also, I'm going to send the sources on the Discord again.
Please.
Bye-bye.
Yes, please.
Yep.
We have Theophan. Oh, we have some super chats.
Yep. Do you want to read your supers?
Yeah. So we have from N8C with the $10, Glaze. Ian, as someone who studied philosophy in undergrad and can't escape moral subjectivism, you have my favorite argument for objective morality. Dr. Blitz, love the knowledge, levity you bring in your context.
Damn, which one?
Thanks, both.
Which one do you think is the best argument? Because I've ran two. I've ran like the empathy one, But then I've more recently, and I feel like it's probably a stronger argument, although I don't know, I have issues to get straightened out with it. But
the intrinsic rights one?
Yeah. I think the intrinsic
I actually think that's a weaker argument than the empathy one, all things considered.
Wait, why? Why do you think so?
Because they would just say, okay, well, what if somebody doesn't think that?
So everyone's rationally committed to it. Otherwise, you're caught in a contradiction where you have to deny that you're an agent. Is essentially the contradiction that you end at.
Well, they could just assert that they're an agent, and then everybody else is less, right?
Oh, well, then they would just be like factually wrong.
I don't know if you could establish, and that's a conversation for another time. But anyway,
yeah.
We have a guest, Stefan.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, well, before I start, I just want to say that I found out about Ian's live 2 days ago, and I love this. I think this is like really important. People should question theology. Many people, as I saw in the last lives, have no idea what he's talking about. And Ian is very actually patient, giving them time to talk. So yeah, that's
really what
good.
God do you believe in?
I'm actually not here to talk about specific religions, because I don't think we can talk about
do you believe in God?
the Bible or the Quran before we establish.
Okay, so do you believe in a God?
Yes, I believe that there is a God.
What are the qualities of this God that you believe in? What characteristics does it have?
Well, actually, I wanted to mention like something that Ian was mentioning, and that is fine tuning. And
well, but hold on. Before we can have any conversation, we have to be able to ground what the God that you believe in is. Is it a creator of all reality? Is it a man that lives on top of a mountain? Is it all good, all knowing? Like, what qualities does it have? Otherwise we will make assumptions about you that are false.
Yeah. So I think it's a form of life that is higher than us, and that is the only source of life that can exist in the universe.
Higher than us in what sense?
Well, in sense that it's he's eternal. Like, he doesn't have a beginning or the end. Like, some form of life has to be eternal.
And can you tell us what you mean by life here?
So yeah, that's like one of the reasons why I'm here. So I'm not an expert in biology. I'm not an expert in Big Bang theory, but for me, it's not logical that life can form under the circumstances that were that occurred after the Big Bang, because well, you all believe in the biogenesis. Like, life can only come from life.
No. No, I don't believe that. And you don't believe that either, by the way.
Well, I guess that's why I'm here, so I can learn something.
Right. So look, when biologists talk about biogenesis, this idea that life comes from life, what they're really saying is that cellular organisms, things with cell walls, things with metabolism, things that replicate, etc. Cellular organisms seem to always produce more cellular organisms, and similarly, the cellular organisms that do exist seem to have come from other cellular organisms. So when biologists say life can only come from life, what we're really saying, not we, is that cellular organisms come from other cellular organisms. Now, under both of our worldviews, I take abiogenesis seriously, meaning that that there is some chemical process that could lead to the development of life from non-living sources. Both of us hold that view. I hold that the origin is chemical. You hold that the origin is metaphysical, but still not cellular and still not an organism. Unless you think that God is made of cells and atoms, in which case that's a very strange view, but you're welcome to hold it.
Well, yeah, but can those chemical reactions occur in like what it was? They say it was the first organism, like amoeba, started in the ocean.
well, it's not clear where it started. It may have started in tide pools. It may have started in deep sea vents. It may have started in like freshwater lakes. It's not clear. We don't have enough information to be able to make that claim right now. But the point is the claim of abiogenesis is that there is some chemical process that can produce living cells from non-living matter. That's the claim.
Yeah. So well, I guess if we can't, if I don't know the details of those chemical reactions, I don't think that I can continue the conversation, honestly. So
Okay.
I would like, I would actually love to do more research on that. If you have any suggestions, where can I see the proof of that chemical reaction can occur in like the ocean?
It's not just one chemical reaction, it's many. But most of the steps, if I'm correct, and Ian, you might actually know more about this because I don't care about biology. My understanding is that most of the steps required, like the formation of protocell walls, the formation of multicellularity, the formation of metabolism, all of these individual steps have been recreated. It's just it's a question of whether they all have been recreated simultaneously.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the big question. Can they all can it be? I heard that in some like close cases, those reactions were replicated, but not I have to say realistically. It was kind of forced. But I don't have the research on me right now. It was like a long time ago that I saw that.
Ian, do you have good sources on this? Because for some reason, I didn't actually copy any sources into my document.
I have sources related to like self-replication where they're capable of like,
yeah, that's what I have.
Like self-replication based on just like shaking around like some amino acids. I don't know. No, I'm not super deep on the abiogenesis literature.
Self-replication doesn't really explain the origin.
So there was a recent this was like last year. There was recent research on the development of how the first protocell walls happened. So essentially, in order for life to originate via abiogenesis, I think you need it's like 2 or 3 things. One, you need a separation from the inside of your cell or whatever your organism is. You need to separate your organism from the rest of the world. So you need a cell wall or something akin to it. You also need self-replication, and then I guess you also need metabolic processes, so some sort of input of energy that can then be used to power the features of the cell. So self-replication is something that has been done. We see we see self-replicating molecules arising naturally. This has been done in a lab. We see protocell walls. Well, we now have reason to think that protocell walls could have evolved in a multitude of different ways. There was a paper that came out somewhat recently about rainwater helping form the first protocell walls. I'm not familiar with the research on metabolism, but again, I'm not a biologist. These are things that Google will be able to tell you pretty easily.
Yep. Yeah, just Google best books abiogenesis, and I'm sure that'll cover it.
Yeah, that's why it's weird to me with the knowledge that I currently have, because usually entropy is always increasing, but we have this phenomenon that life form actually decreases entropy. Life shouldn't be like that.
Life is not a entropy decreasing process. Life actually maximizes entropy production. If you examine we could just do a thought experiment. If you examine a world or a region where there is low entropy energy as input, say in the form of sunlight, and you just let that sunlight either just exist or you let it be processed by life. When it's processed by life, it actually increases the entropy significantly faster than if it just existed on its own.
Interesting. I'm not sure about that. Doesn't usually English is not my first language, so I don't know how to translate this. Usually materials degrade over time.
So entropy is not about degradation of materials. It's not about any of that. Entropy is about essentially the spread out of energy, how spread out the energy of the system is. And so you can think of
that's also why. Sorry to interrupt you. That's why I also think when we look at every system in space, we usually have these that's what I mentioned at the beginning, fine tuning, that things are not acting according like they should be. Like they should be more chaotic than they are.
I mean,
If you know
that's
what I mean. Like there
we
has
could
to
talk
be
about fine
literally
tuning if you
perfect
want.
conditions for everything to function.
We could talk about that if you want, but the point about entropy and life is that life basically takes in concentrated energy in the form of the sun or in the form of food, and it spits it out as heat. And heat is essentially the highest form of energy, the highest entropy form of energy that you can have. So it's just it's just exactly expected that that life would arise just given the second law of thermodynamics. Now there's a question of fine tuning, but you made the claim that that things are not as they should be. Well, that's, I don't know, how should they be?
Like there has to be I like didn't really mean it like that. Like I wanted to say that there are literally perfect conditions for everything to exist. Like
Are
that
they?
planets are not. Like if we move a planet like 1 inch to the right, like it's gonna go off course and
well, I mean that's
become
empirically
chaotic.
false. Like the Earth gets, between winter and summer, the Earth changes distance from the sun by 3 million miles.
Yeah. Also, not to be bad faith or like dig into you, but these are like the type of fine tuning arguments that I think are like really bad. These are not like the good fine tuning arguments. The ones that are like, man, look at the distance of the Earth to the sun. Isn't that good? Isn't that neat? I don't think that's a very compelling argument because it's just not true.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah, I don't know how to then expand on this. Like that's why I didn't want to get into the Bible or any other religion like before establishing this. So yeah, I guess I have to do some more research.
Yep, that's fair enough. Hey, well, we appreciate you coming on up here.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me check super chats. We have $5 from Casey. Good to see you both this fine unholy Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Sunday is not any more unholy than any day of the week. It is any day of the week. It's a holy. And then from Free Jemmy with the $2, Google, quote, science sources for abiogenesis. Yeah, that's the thing to Google. There's a lot, but ask a biologist.
Yep.
Silvio.
Yes.
How's it going?
It's going good. I'm eating some cereal while I'm listening to you guys and waiting for my turn.
Awesome.
Delightful.
Yes, I'm in Sweden. Where are you guys? It's the first time I'm listening to this.
Latitude 134, longitude -86 is where I'm located. In the States, of course.
I'm at latitude longitude 00.
Yeah, we're both in the States.
Okay, cool. Yeah, all right. So, well, I got kind of bummed out by all the theoretical discussion when it comes to the Muslim this and that, and I don't really like labels on myself when it comes to things like God and to topics and religions, but I guess you could consider me a mystic. I've really delved into the experiential parts of religion, you could say, or of spirituality or of God. And I don't care too much about like logical arguments because I don't think that's really the tools whether you can reach God or not reach God or find out whether God exists or does not exist. And I mean, I don't say or consider myself to hold the truth in any sense, but this is where I'm coming from, and yeah, I just thought it would be interesting to discuss God from a more experiential standpoint and from a more religion is something created by man, really, and there's some beauty to it. There's a lot of bullshit to it, and it's been morphing over the years. Like Christianity today is something very different from Christianity 1,500 years ago, and it will be very different in 500 years if it still exists. And it's like that with every religion.
So, Silvio,
yeah,
would you say that you believe in a God?
I wouldn't say I believe in a God because I don't think.
Would you say you believe in many gods?
No, not that either. I
Sure.
wouldn't
So
say
you don't
it's
believe in one God or many gods, so you might say that God isn't real?
You might say so. I wouldn't say that it's real in the form, like, I mean, it's not a noun.
So
Noun is the word, right?
yeah, that's the word.
Like,
Well, so
this
look,
is a pen.
so
I wouldn't say that God is a noun. No, God is not something. It's not a thing, and therefore
so
it does
Silvio.
not. Yeah.
So I know that you've been waiting for like a billion years, and I appreciate that. However, we are interested in talking to people who believe that a God exists, like out there in the world. Or out there
But
in the
hear me
universe in
out.
some sort of
Hear
way.
me out. It's not that I don't. I mean, I believe very much in God, but I don't believe in a God because
Or
I don't
many
think there's any.
gods. You
I
don't
don't
believe in
believe in
one
many
God,
gods
you don't
either.
believe
I
in
don't
many
think it's
gods.
something. I don't think you can categorize God into something that there's one of or many of. I don't think it's like looking at. It's just the wrong framework. Like God is something that is within everything all the time, has always been, and where everything stems from.
Define God?
But it's not a God, because if it was one God, there would also be something that was outside of God.
What's your definition of God?
If you said there's one.
If you could give us a 1 or 2 sentence definition of God, then under
Yeah.
your worldview, what would it be?
Okay.
Answer
It doesn't
carefully.
have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just like to
okay,
convey
but
the idea.
just give me 10-15 seconds to.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Most of epistemology concerns propositional attitudes. A propositional attitude is an
Ian, what are you
attitude
doing?
an agent adopts towards a proposition.
Are you
Oh, wait, do you
defining
have the
God for
definition?
me now?
Do you have the definition?
Yeah.
Okay,
Or
yeah,
I
go
was
for it.
just about to come up with it when you
Yeah,
started
sure,
talking.
sure.
I would say that from my point of view, God is the mystery within, like, it's the container, the mystery that everything exists within. And God is what's, like, you can
Like the
say
cosmos?
God is a bit like love, you know. You can say you love somebody, and you, like, how do you know you love them? You don't know, you just know you do it. I can't
you
say
experience
exactly what
it.
God is. I can just say that God is there, and that it's something that is inside everything and very incredibly powerful, omnipotent.
Do you think love is
very
inside
loving.
rocks?
I don't know.
Oh, well then we have a contradiction. Because if God is love, then God's inside of
I didn't say
everything.
God
that
is
means...
love. I said God is like love.
Oh.
You know you love somebody, but you can't say exactly how or why you love them. You just know you love them. And I feel a bit the same with God. I can't say exactly what God is or isn't, or why God exists, but I can say God is there and God is very present.
Yeah. Okay. I don't really know. I have no idea what we really mean by God. It seems like very ambiguous.
Yeah, sure. I don't, to be honest, I'm not sure myself either.
I don't really know
here,
how
I want to explore
believe in like an
and see different
ambiguous thing.
perspectives.
Typically, I only believe in things if I can understand it. I try not to believe in things that I don't understand or things that I have no reason to believe in.
But I mean, do you understand love?
I understand the feeling of it. I'm acquainted.
Sure, and I feel the same with God, but I don't know what it is, and I don't know how to define it like exactly. And I also get very much surprised by love, by how it shows up and what it does to me and other people. It's not something I can like, okay, this is love and this is exactly how it affects me and how it doesn't affect me.
Well,
but I still
I'm not
know
really
it
sure
is
how we
real.
can talk about this thing that we can't really define. Like, I'm still unclear as to what you're saying. What is being said?
No, maybe we can't talk about it. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming
I'm
on
sorry,
up,
but
then.
I might not be the best guest in that case.
It's
That's
fine.
okay.
Thanks
All
for being here, Silvio.
Yep, on to the next one.
We
Goodbye.
spoke with Agnostadius last time, so we should probably bring up the new guest.
Yep.
Right?
Hey, how's it going, Carrie?
Oh, hey, is this me?
Yeah.
It's you.
Okay, great. I'm very pleased to share space with you all. I have followed you for a while, Dr. Blitz, then I had a TikTok cleanse, and then it's cool to see you back on. So, Bismillah.
Here we are.
I am, yes. So, Bismillah, I'm a Muslim, so I believe and I would argue that I know that God, or the term that I use for God is Allah, exists. And kind of watching some of the past debates, I have a couple perspectives that I think might be able to add some color to why I think that's a sound logical belief.
Yeah, what
But
justifies
I'm happy
your
to. I don't know
belief?
exactly what justifies my belief.
Yeah.
So, as a Muslim, I understand all phenomena that you interact with or, really experience as something called ayah, which means signs. And I'll put it this way. Any given thing that you perceive or experience, let's call that a phenomenon, it indicates its own createdness. And what I mean by that is that thing is finite, first of all, the other thing, but it shows its finitude in a way that is similar to all other finite things.
Wait,
I can elaborate
you're
on
lagging
that
a
a little
bit.
bit, but I want to see if there's any.
Yeah, wait, how do we get to phenomenon, and in each phenomenon it includes its own createdness. Cool. Where do we get to God?
Okay, so here's how I define God. God is the creator, that which is not created, right? So I'll make 4 ontological statements. These are found in the Quran, but I don't want you to get like bogged down in
That's
the
fine.
concept of scripture right now. I want you to. Okay.
Sure.
So okay, give me 1 second. So I'm gonna refer to the entity or the essence of Allah. Allah is one. Allah is completely independent. Allah was not caused, nor he was not caused, nor is he the effect of a cause, nor does he beget. So how it's translated is he does not beget, nor was he begotten, right? And you can extrapolate that to kind of causal language in terms of cause and effect.
Hold on,
He
I'm
doesn't.
confused.
He doesn't cause.
Oh, yeah. Wait, is that all 4?
No. One more.
Okay.
That's like number 3, and then number 4 is, and there is nothing like unto him alone. Wala
What does
kula.
that mean?
There's nothing like unto him. There's nothing
I
like
don't
unto
know
him.
what that, like, I speak English as first language. I don't know what that sentence means.
He is this is English, sorry. He is completely and utterly unique. That's the way to
Okay.
translate it. Okay.
Yeah, so the third one, did you say that Allah doesn't cause anything?
No, what I'm saying, I said he does not beget, nor is he begotten. And one way to understand that is that Allah is not a part of the cause and effect chain of reactions that we understand contingent things to be of. So one of the scholars, sorry,
Wait,
to
hold
put it
on.
another way, go ahead.
I don't know how you can think that he's not part of the cause and effect chain if he's the cause of the universe.
What I mean by that is that he created all things, and he is a cause of. So I'll put it this way, and it's kind of hard to understand, and it takes reflection. But a simple way to put it is that all things come from Allah, but not in the way that things come from other things. So a contingent thing, for example, like this conversation is the product of circumstances, desires, XYZ, all the particles that brought this conversation into being, right? In which, without that past, this being wouldn't be here, and then this present is gonna fractal off into either one future or many futures, depending on how you look at it, from a different perspective, right? When I say that Allah does not beget, nor was he begotten, Allah is not contingent in the sense that there were no circumstances that brought him into being, and he does not birth or create other entities that are like unto him. So like this present moment will result in a future moment that resembles it in the sense that it is a created composition of circumstances, right? Or of states. Yeah.
So just to summarize, it sounds like you're trying to make like a contingency argument mixed with like a teleological argument. Am I hearing that right?
Yes, sure thing. You can draw all of those philosophies out of these statements. Yeah.
I'm about to collapse this dude's entire modal. Check this. Okay, so Would you say that your argument requires the existence of like contingencies?
I would say contingencies are a fact of created nature. Yes.
Okay, sure. Is the universe necessary or contingent?
The universe is contingent.
Okay. In what circumstances will the universe exist, and in what circumstances will it not?
So the universe exists by the will of Allah. So, and many people, and you can understand that the universe actually is the will of Allah. So right now we are experiencing what Allah has permitted to exist.
Okay. So if the universe exists, if and only if Allah wills it?
Sure. Yep. That's correct.
And is that a necessary relationship? Namely that in every possible world, if Allah wills the creation of the universe, then the universe is created?
So
Is
you repeat that question.
Yeah, I'll repeat it. Yeah, is there a possible world in which Allah wills the creation of the universe, but the universe is not created?
No. So it is impossible
great.
for Allah
so
to
that
will
relationship
something.
is necessary. Great. Go ahead, Ian.
Yep. Yeah. The next question. Allah willing the universe, is that necessary or contingent?
Contingent. Allah could have chosen not to will the universe. So everything you're experiencing is by his voluntary will. He was not compelled to bring any of creation, including us, into existence.
Okay. And in all circumstances where he chooses to will it, he's going to will it?
He did will it, period.
So
is there a possible world where he chooses to will it but does not actually will it?
That question is I think it's kind of it kind of destroys its own self.
Okay, great. Then
Yeah.
there's no possible
perfect.
world where that's the case.
Awesome.
Sure.
So then we have the universe contingent on Allah's will contingent on Allah's choice. Allah's choice, is that his choice to create the universe, is that necessary or contingent?
It's contingent on him choosing it.
The choice is contingent on his choosing?
So so we can't really make direct analogies with God because, like I said in the last statement, there's nothing like unto him. But we do use analogical reasoning to kind of approach certain truths. So think about it like you. Say you choose to respond to the words I'm speaking right now, right? That choice is contingent. Like you are the agent who either does that thing or does not do that thing, right? Once it's done though. So both of those realities are true simultaneously. So for example, once I've spoken, now I've spoken. And these words are part of the past. The sound waves are echoing out to the universe, X, Y, and Z. But in each present moment, I still have the free will, whether to keep speaking or to be quiet. And so
there's some possible world where he chooses it and some possible world where he doesn't choose it?
That's correct.
What's different about these possible worlds such that in one he chooses it and in a different one he doesn't choose it? What makes it so?
His voluntary choice as a creator who does things on purpose.
Yeah, but I'm asking why is it one way in one universe and a different way in a different universe? Why does his choice differ from possible worlds? What makes it so?
Yes. So there is an explanation in his choice. And so I'm going to draw this from the Quran itself. Allah says, and we did not. Oh, and this is kind of anthropomorphic. So this is referring to humans, and another creation called jinn. But Allah says, and we did not create men or jinn, which are creations that have free will, except to worship me. And the scholars of Islam understand worship as serve, but also to know me. So Islam follows a strong anthropomorphic principle of this entire conscious experience, including your ability to look out into the universe, to feel love. All these things are for you to approach the reality of God, to approach the reality of infinity. And the act of creation is really an act of love in that way, because you don't have to be here. You don't have to have had the life you've had. You don't have to have had any of the things that you experience, but you do out of his voluntary loving choice.
Mm-hmm. So then it's contingent on his desire to create beings who worship?
Okay, and so this is part of where the analogizing kind of breaks down, because we don't claim that Allah is subject to his own desires in the way that we are, right? So you might ask, why did you go eat that granola bar, right? And you might say, I was hungry. Hungry, like, so the concept of desire in that way, on a human level, in any way that we can understand, is intrinsically connected to motive, which is intrinsically connected to need, or need of something, or want of something that you don't have. But Allah is complete, he is self-sufficient, and he doesn't have need of anything.
Okay, so there was no explanation as to why God wanted to create us for the purposes of worship.
Yeah.
Well, so the thing is, that verse that I quoted in terms of, we did not create men and jinn but to worship me, the exact Arabic
I mean,
word
like,
that,
regardless, the point is it seems like there's no ultimate explanation for why God chose to create a universe. You're just saying, like, look, it just is that way. He just wanted to.
It's literally mercy, and so this is part of where, like, you have to part of appreciating life, the Quran in particular, but I'd say any scripture, is you kind of have to open up the reasoning capabilities. Oh, excuse me, sorry, there's like a loud motorcycle.
You're fine.
Okay. You have to open up the reasoning capabilities of your heart. So you have to be able to look at a sunrise and be like, dang.
Okay, this is unrelated and also a little bit preachy. Look, we're just trying to figure out why God created the universe.
Yeah.
Okay, my fault.
What's the explanation?
Is it just a brute
Yes.
contingency? And if brute contingencies exist...
It's not a brute contingency. It is literally for you, for each of you as individuals, to come to know him.
But why does he... So he does have a desire, and that's what motivated his choice.
And this is where I'll re-emphasize that we cannot use the term desire in the same way, because the ultimate rule is the ontological reality that Allah is one and complete. Yeah.
How does something for me compel him to do something?
It does not. It does not.
Okay, so then this is not an explanation.
Yeah,
an explanation is something that. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, we're just back at the point. What we're wondering, in one world, God chooses to create the universe, which leads to him willing to create the universe, which leads to the universe's existence. You're saying that God's choice is a contingency. Contingencies are contingent on something. There's some explanation for why they happened, as opposed to not happening. That's what a contingency is.
Sure.
So what we're wondering is what explains the fact that God chose to create as opposed to not create?
So how I would respond to this is that we live in a universe where he literally did create. And whether you're
okay, so you're just avoiding the hypothetical?
We're just wondering why do we live in this universe as opposed to the one where he didn't make that choice? Like, what led to him making the choice to create it as opposed to not creating it?
Right. And in my response, I'm not trying to avoid the hypothetical, but I'm trying to point out the kind of futile irony in the fact that we are literally created beings, and I can phrase that in another way that doesn't necessarily evoke religion, but we are necessarily contingent beings such that we have to, like, you have to be here. You can't be non-existent right now.
It sounds like what you're trying to say is that you don't know?
No, that's not true.
Okay.
Or actually, no. Actually, yeah, that's a fair explanation. I do not
Or
know.
are you trying to say that everything's necessary? That also could be what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
From our perspective, we don't really have power to, we really don't have any power at all in a true sense. So from our perspective, things are, and this is part of well, you have to understand it. From our perspective as contingent beings, like, we can't bring anything to existence. We can't delete anything. No matter can be created or destroyed, X, Y, Z. However, from the creator's perspective, who I can prove exists, things are contingent. So Allah is the only entity, Allah is the only reality that actually has the choice to bring things in of or out of existence in that way.
So here's the issue. So there are two axioms, or rather, I guess there's two axioms that are relevant for doing modal logic in, like, the S5 axiom system. There's the axiom that if a relationship is necessary, and an if-then relationship is necessary, then and if the if part is necessary, then necessarily the then part follows. So, for example, suppose suppose that a banana is necessary, and it's
Okay.
also necessary that if the banana exists, then I will be sad. Well, then necessarily I will be sad. So, on the one hand, if you have necessary relationships that are preceded by necessary things, then the cause is necessary.
Okay.
And on the other hand, you're stipulating that our universe is contingent. So that means that
Yes.
there has to be something that's contingent there has to be something that's contingent, not caused in a necessary way by a necessary thing, that explains the existence of all of the subsequent contingent things. And
Yes.
the reason why we've been drilling you down for these explanations is because it seems like you're trying to derive a contingency from a necessity using necessary relationships. And, just using standard modal logic, that's impossible.
Okay, so I'll say that the act of creation relative to us as created things is necessary. We cannot break out of being created.
I'm not asking, like relative to us seems like it's like muddying the waters. The point is either a thing cannot exist in any other, either a thing must exist in all possible worlds, or it could have not existed, or it could have been different, or something like that.
Yes.
So
yes.
that's what's being meant by contingent and necessary here. So
Okay.
is the creation of the universe necessary in that sense? Must the universe have existed in all possible worlds?
No.
Okay, so then what explains how it could have been different? And then we can go back and back and back until we end up at something.
Yes.
Well, that essentially you have to start from something necessary.
Yes.
You have to somehow derive a contingency without using a necessary relationship. And that it's just, how are you doing that? That's what I want to know.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure I can use like the language you're working with, and I'm going to do so in this axiomatic framework without having a full grasp on that. I think like just like the language I use to explain these things is a little bit different, but hopefully we can come to an understanding. So Bismillah. That necessary thing is the necessary existence. I'm not sure if you've encountered that in terms like your philosophical discussions, but in Arabic we call it a wajib al-wujud, the necessary existence. Okay, I can prove to you that the necessary existence exists in any number of ways. But so if we agree that a necessary existence exists, then that's the absolute starting point. Okay, there's an absolute necessary existence. One of the things I can prove about that necessary existence is that non-necessary things cannot be over it, nor can they compel it to do anything, right? So if I guess my axiom, my starting point is the existence of an entirely independent necessary being. Okay, boom.
So
that being
perhaps
cannot be. Sorry, go ahead, Doctor.
Perhaps I should lay out
It just doesn't answer the question. Yeah.
No. So here are the three possible kind of like modal options that you have, right? Either you have that everything that exists is necessary. That's one possibility. It's called necessitarianism. Or you have that there is a necessary thing. There are necessary things and there are contingent things where the contingent things do not depend necessarily on the necessary things. These would be called brute contingencies. So you could imagine a world where you have necessary things and contingent things, but the contingent things aren't caused by the necessary things. Or you have a world where you have only contingent things. There is no world.
So it's closest to number two. To answer your question, closest to number two.
Right. But there is no world where you have where all contingencies are explained by necessity. No such world exists. That's not an option. That's not an option.
Okay, yeah. So the contingent things are inherently contingent, and the necessary thing is inherently.
So then, where did the contingent things come from?
From the miraculous act of creation.
That's not so. Is that a contingent thing or is that a necessary thing?
The act of creation did not have to be in this way, and it didn't actually have to happen.
So it's contingent.
Wait, let's go through. Yeah. I will defer. I am just going to straight up read out of a book, but let's go premise by premise. Would you agree that... Okay, sure. Would you agree that every entity is such that it is necessary and could not have been otherwise in any way whatsoever, or it is contingent and could have been otherwise in some way? Every entity is necessary in that it couldn't be different, or it's contingent in that it could be different.
Contingent in that it could be different.
Yeah.
but not the necessary entity, except for the necessary entity. That's all creation. So what I just said is I agree with that statement.
The question is does that dichotomy apply to every entity?
Yeah.
Either it's necessary or it's contingent.
I'm inclined to say yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Do you agree that what is contingent requires some explanation for the possibility that it could have been otherwise than it actually is? Such an explanation would indicate that in virtue of which a contingency is such as it is rather than not. This is just saying that everything that's a contingency is there's like a reason why it is rather than it isn't. It's like something made it this way as opposed to some other way. It is this way
Can I
because
say
of
yes
some
and?
explanation.
Yes. I'll say yes, and that does not have to be an accessible mechanism or understanding for us. Like we do not have.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Cool.
So do you agree, 3, the contingency of an entity cannot be explained by an appeal to another contingency, because neither can there be an infinite series of contingent entities, each of which is contingent by virtue of some other contingent entity, nor can there be any brute or fundamental contingent entities?
I would need a better understanding of what the.
Do you think that there can just be like an infinite chain of contingencies?
No.
Okay, cool. Would you agree that the contingency...
The other option, the brute contingent, the other option is just a contingent thing that exists but has no explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. No.
Yeah,
okay,
perfect.
So you don't agree with, you think that neither of those are possible. Great.
Would you agree that the contingency of an entity cannot be explained by a necessity because what is rooted in necessity is thereby necessary?
No. Do not agree with that.
Well, then we have a problem.
Well, that's one of the S5 modal axioms.
And this is the part where, from my epistemology, Allah performs miracles, and thus He transcends this axiomatic system that we're working with.
Then you
so
just
He
reject
uses
logic.
Not magic, like miraculousness. So logic exists. So I'm not denying logic. Logic
sure?
exists. I'm positive. Logic exists, and it is very real on many levels, but it is not.
Which logical axioms exist?
Logical axioms exist in the sense that we
which
observe
ones?
them. Huh?
Which
I
ones?
don't have a full list in front of me, but
okay. So sorry, this is going to sound like it's a sidetrack, but are you going to argue that a necessary being possibly exists, or would you argue that a necessary being possibly exists and therefore is necessary, and therefore does exist? Would you? Sorry, a necessary being possibly exists and therefore does exist.
A necessary being definitely exists. Period.
And how would you come to that conclusion? In one or two sentences?
Okay, in one or two sentences, there has to be existence, because other than that is impossible. And because there is existence, we know that, and we know that.
Okay.
All the contingent existences have to have a source.
Yeah. Okay. So to be clear, you just invoked the T axiom of S5 modal logic, which is that if something is necessary, then it exists. That's what you invoked. So I don't think that you get to invoke one of the axioms of modal logic, but throw out the rest of modal logic when it's inconvenient.
Okay. So let's go back to that premise that you just read off.
So the premise is
read the premise again.
Yeah,
please.
The contingency of an entity cannot be explained by a necessity, because what is rooted in necessity is thereby necessary. So what this is saying is that if we have a necessity and there is something rooted in that necessity, well, then that thing must also be necessary. So, for example, if my existence is necessary and my existence necessitates that I'm going to have a child, then that means that that child's existence is also necessary.
Okay, so here's how it works. The necessary entity is one that does acts on purpose and with volition. Okay, not volition that's motive driven or driven by need of any kind, but volition out of pure mercy and generosity. Okay, thus that all-powerful necessary thing, that all-powerful creator, can bring other than itself into existence. And when I say other than itself, I mean things that don't resemble it in its infinitude, in its
eternal nature
Do you
or in
think
its
that rejects
necessity.
the premise?
Well, because the premise you said is like, can contingent things come, like you said the premise as I understood it was contingent things can't come out of a necessary thing. You're basically saying there has to be some necessary link between the necessary and the contingent. Like you can't go from necessary to contingent without like a necessary link in there, or you're basically saying that chain doesn't make sense to you, right? Do you agree with that?
That's, yeah, go for it, Blitz.
It just violates modal logic.
Yeah.
Like the standard S5 axiom of modal logic. So like, I mean, if you're okay with that, then we have no reason to trust sort of necessary and contingency language whatsoever. Now, I mean, like, to be clear, you don't have to accept the S5 axioms, but the S5 axioms are where the contingency argument comes from.
And so from my epistemology is that all of these tools and frameworks, except for the Quran itself and in the Hadith tradition, are incomplete frames that bring us closer to understanding of the infinite, but not necessarily all the way. So I can comfortably say, yeah, 9 out of these 10 statements you just read to me, perfectly valid. They are super true. This one is not necessarily true because my epistemic stance is that there is a source of truth which does in fact transcend T5 modal logic. There's a true framework of understanding the world that transcends quantum physics, that transcends sociology. And so you'll find someone in every field, especially physicists nowadays, who think that like they can explain everything, or like a logician or a mathematician, and if they can't explain it, that's just, like we need to do more research or do more experiments. But even in that methodological fact of inquiry is a sign that all of these subjective frameworks are incomplete in and of themselves. They can get you maybe 99% of the way to the truth, but they are incomplete. There is a perfect truth which transcends them. So that's a little bit of a tangent.
If we're just saying that, if we're just saying that, oh well, these S5 modal axioms, or the S5 modal logic, it's just not always true. Well then, you don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's no reason to do that.
Well, if it's false, then yeah, you do.
No, you don't. Look. If there are exceptions, why can't I just make an exception and just say, yeah, there are just contingent things that aren't caused by anything?
Because my exception is rooted. I'm arguing because the exception I'm pointing out is based in what the actual objective truth is. That's why I can make the claim.
No, but you're trying to prove that thing exists by throwing out the logical system, right?
No, I have many other proofs for the existence of Allah. And I'll use the term Allah right now instead of the necessary existence, because whenever I say necessary existence and we get into ontology, your brain, or our brains automatically funnel into a framework. And so you start trying to think of, like, what is the list of 5 logical assumptions? And if I write if and then and if, then catch them in this trap, then like it'll all blow up. No, not necessarily true.
Spoken like a true continentalist.
I'm not familiar with that term.
No, it's fine. I'm just
continental philosophy. Continental philosophy.
Continental philosophy is dumb and
so okay. Wait, maybe we can give. I would just love to hear your explanation for this. Let's say in every single possible world, I take a sip of water. All of them. I take a sip of water in every single possible world.
Okay.
So, in every possible world, I decide to take the sip of water. Which involves, like, in every possible world, I grasp down, pick up the cup, and then...
Yeah.
Is there any possible... If I do that in every possible world, is there going to be any possible world where I don't do that?
No.
Okay, so then...
But that whole hypothetical...
So then, if it's a necessity, if me sipping the water is a necessity, and then the result of me sipping the water is that there's, like, water in my mouth, then that means that in all possible worlds, like, water being in my mouth will also be a necessity, correct?
So here what I'm trying to explain to you is that the issue with this whole setup
yes or no?
is... I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of got lost in the setup you're trying to make right now.
If in every single possible world it's necessary in all of them.
Let me stop you there.
I take the sip of water.
Yeah, I kind of want to move on from this hypothetical.
No. Because I actually want to stay on this hypothetical. If I take a sip of water in every possible world, and if you take a sip of water, then there will be water in your mouth. Would you agree that there's water in my mouth in every possible world?
So this is a broken question. And that's why I'm just not going to answer it, because you can't take a sip of water in every possible world. Period.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna. So this was
you're
conditional. I know we don't know the first thing about
the water
logic, but it
is
was a
contingent.
conditional. So if in all possible worlds I take the sip of
Yes.
water, in all possible worlds, would there be water in my mouth? Assuming that there's a necessary relationship between taking the sip of water and there being water in my mouth.
Bismillah, I'll stop you there. If in all possible worlds, stop the sentence there. The only thing that can follow that sentence is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, like the one creator. Okay. So what you're doing, you're injecting a series of created events. You're injecting a series of contingent events. Yeah.
You can say, if you reject the conditional, if you say, well, it's not true in all possible worlds that Ian is taking a sip of water. If that's what you're doing, then that means that you agree with the conditional. Because if the antecedent of a conditional is false, then the conditional is true.
You get Chad, vacuous truths. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah, so some of this logic is a little bit outside of my vocab, in terms of like the antecedent and the conditional. But here's what I'm saying. The very first ayat, sign or miracle of the Quran itself is, all praise and thanks be to Alhamdulillah, to the Lord of all worlds. Okay, so we affirm the existence of a sustainer, a causer, a lord, a protector, XYZ. There are many translations for the word of Rabb, of all the possible worlds. Okay, I'll put it this way: the worlds are contingent. The Lord is not contingent. He's independent.
We understand that's your conclusion. We have given you arguments, and you've refused to engage with those arguments.
Well, I think we got to a really good point where we said that you are claiming that the contingent worlds cannot come from the non-contingent source without a contingent connection, or with a necessary connection between them.
Yeah, a necessity cannot produce a contingency. Yeah.
Yes. So you're saying, according to my book, this book of logical premises I have, you cannot have
according to modal logic.
Yeah.
Okay, and what I'm trying to, and then we got to this point where you all didn't engage further, is that I am affirming that an also contingent epistemology, system of knowledge, including modal logic, it is very possible, in fact, I think it is the case, can bring you a certain proximity to the truth without bringing you all the way there, and that does not necessitate...
What's going to be your defeater to modal logic?
Pardon me?
What's your defeater to modal logic? Why should I believe the Quran over modal logic?
Okay, because the Quran is a holistic epistemology that will prove to you its truthfulness, not only in terms of what is logical, but also what is fair or ethical, also what contains mercy and compassion, also which is phenomenologically sound, which literally literally appeals to your common sense on a day-to-day basis when it comes to how you organize families, X, Y, and Z. So
do you think that is a defeater to modal logic?
The Quran encompasses modal logic. So the Quran makes a claim that Allah created this whole system of knowing things and gave it to you so that you could learn about him, but the thing you have to do is you have to remain firm on the fundamental reality that he is God and that everything other than him is not
what
God.
Chapter does he lay out the axioms of modal logic?
I would say modal logic is employed, and you can sense it in chapter 112. Those are the 4 ontological statements. And it's not really logical.
Sorry, wait, so which axioms are laid out of modal logic?
So it kind of goes like this. God makes 4 statements, like kind of unapologetically, about himself and creation. And your internal clock or your internal inclination towards logic resonates with the truth in those statements. Without your internal I call it fitra in Arabic.
What do you think you're being asked to give right now?
A proof of modal logic in the Quran. Okay, so let me think of another verse. Hold on, bro. You can type this into Google because I'm losing the chapter and verse, but there's a conversation between the prophet Abraham and a tyrant king, right? The king says, in a way what I would argue is similar to the false hypothetical, he says, I give life and cause death, right? Abraham says, my Lord gives life and cause death. Look up conversation. Here's what you do. Quran chapter 2, conversation between Abraham and Nimrod. Abraham uses logic to defeat Nimrod's proposition.
What is modal? Wait, do you even know what modal logic is?
It sounds like this kind of if-then conditional SAT stuff, LSAT stuff.
Jeez. Wait, okay. If you have no idea what modal logic is, then maybe you should ask for clarification instead of giving us a bunch of like nonsense answers. So modal logic deals with the logic of possibilities and necessities. It deals with contingencies, things of that sort. So where are the logical axioms that relate to how we should evaluate possibility relations, necessity relations, contingency relations? Where does this fall in the Quran?
Okay, so in all these words we're using are philosophical terms in the language English that did not exist in 1400, but the principles, like literally this conversation we're having right now is mirrored in a conversation in the Quran where one person says, I am necessary, I cause X, Y, and Z, and Abraham says, no, the Lord of all worlds does this. So I guess I'm trying to make like a principled analogy between this real life conversation between two created beings about the necessary existence and an exemplar conversation. So this might not contain like the direct analogy to modal logic that you're looking for, but what I'm trying to demonstrate is the way that belief in God emerges from a rational perspective of the universe, of the created world.
But
you'd have to allow me more time to reflect on how the principles of modal logic appear in the Quran, but I can guarantee you that they do.
No, but you don't want them to. You don't want them to, because if they do, then that means that there'd be a contradiction in the Quran, because you were explicitly saying that one of the axioms of S5 modal logic is false.
No, what I'm saying is that the Quran encompasses all knowledge. So you can look at verse 255. So if you encounter something in the world, which is a sign, which is an ayat, that thing can either bring you closer to the truth or it can push you away. Everything. Every single thing.
Wait, hold on. You don't want to say that all knowledge is encompassed by the Quran, do you?
Yes, I do.
Well, because, like, does it say anything about electrons?
Sure
about,
thing.
Like, does it, where?
It doesn't use the term electrons, but you can go to Surah Yasin. I think that's 36:12. I think that's 36:12. And so this isn't about electrons, but you could. This is
about resurrecting the dead.
Yeah. You can read that out in English.
Okay, it is certainly we who resurrect the dead and write what they send forth and what they leave behind. Everything is listed by us in a perfect record. Well, isn't that convenient? But it doesn't say anything about electrons, so it's not really contained in there.
But okay, Bismillah. Let me try to satisfy you, because the Quran, when I say it's encompassing, Allah will say something such as, "And we are the." Right. So He will assert His own encompassing of all knowledge. Therefore, we know that the knowledge of quantum mechanics, for example, is within God's knowledge, and thus because like the Quran contains the statement. I get maybe this is an example of modal logic.
If I wrote a book and it only had one sentence in it and it said, "Dr. Blitz knows all things," would that mean that that book contains all knowledge?
I would say yes, if Dr. Blitz was a source of knowledge that I could pray to.
It also says that Dr. Blitz is a source of knowledge. Yeah.
Wait, say that one more time.
It also says Dr. Blitz is the source of knowledge.
Okay, great. And if it gave me a system of practices and prayers that I can make to you to be, I will be lost. Astaghfirullah, because we don't do that. Like this is a big no for Muslims. But let's just talk about God, because that thing is God.
Well, no, I mean,
the
point is if I wrote a book with two sentences that says that Dr. Blitz is the source of knowledge and Dr. Blitz knows all things, does that book contain all knowledge? Does it encompass all knowledge?
Well, so the book we're talking about, so you have to add a third sentence to your book, which is, this is a book in which we have explained all things. That's a truth claim.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Let's add that to the book. So, but that would be silly to say, yes, such a book contains all knowledge. Like, no, of course it
Okay,
doesn't.
let me just give you an actual example that'll help. You can go to, for example, and so we're getting into this is called tafsir, which is interpretation of the Quran, and there's the genre of tafsir, which is scientific tafsir, in which we see signs in the world and we see signs in the Quran, and we're like, dang, these signs match up perfectly, or they match up very, very well. But because of the fundamental principle is that the Quran is transcendent, we don't say that this sign is necessarily referring to this phenomenon. However, the phenomenon in the world is encompassed by the sign, right? So, for example, you can go to Surah. Let me pull it up for you. You can go to 5147.
Hold on. So, I was pretty sure that we weren't going to go into the just like squabbling over the Quran. But more than that, I mean, like, the point is if you're...
I guess I'm...
Look,
sorry.
You might say...
Well,
let's suppose for a moment that...
Because what was said is that it's common sense, right? There should be we shouldn't have to go into interpretations if it's common sense.
No, but so the Quran will literally... I don't know if you've ever read the Quran.
Yeah, I've read the Quran. It's very
30
short.
minutes. Okay, cool. If you read the Quran and then just like go take a walk and just like think and reflect on yourself and look inside, like do some self-reflection, you will find the truth in the book. So I referenced a verse in a chapter that might appeal to your scientific and rational mind, which talks about how Allah in the 7th century CE talked about how truly we created the universe with great might and we are expanding it. This is before the cosmological constant. This is before the Hubble telescope. This is before all that. There's other scientific miracles in the Quran that you can look up and go research yourself, and hopefully
they're all very uncompelling.
Okay.
I mean, like just because like I've heard them all, none of them really sound like they actually knew what they were talking about. It seems like a kind of post hoc rationalization. But
so would you say we created the universe and we're expanding the universe or expanding the heavens? That does not literally sound like the expansion of the universe. You're saying that sounds like ad hoc rationalization?
Well, it's post hoc, and yes,
Post-hoc?
it does, because otherwise we would have expected the Big Bang Theory to have come from Muslims and not a Catholic priest.
But the entire scientific method came from Muslims.
Okay, so then wait, hold on. If that's true, then why didn't they come up with the Big Bang or the Big Bang model?
They didn't have the instruments yet. They didn't have the scientific.
The Belgian priest didn't have instruments either. He was a theorist.
That's fine and so knowledge is not proprietary to any group of humans, but the Muslims were at the forefront.
But the Muslims should have had this idea 1,000 years ago. It shouldn't have taken until 100 years ago to make this be the accepted model of reality. But look, had we known that the universe had been expanding for the last 1,000 years or longer, science would be far more advanced than it is today. But like clearly nobody took that to understand that like actually the universe is literally expanding physically, because if they did, then they would have been laughed at, because obviously the Earth was the center of the universe.
That the claim that the universe is created and expanding does not necessitate that the Earth is the center of it. First of all,
no. People believed that the Earth was the center of the universe back then. Everybody did.
Okay, sure thing. But
anyway, so this like. To be clear, this is like an enormous pivot from the point that look, it seems like on the one hand you want to say that like the Quran supersedes logic, and therefore like Allah doesn't have to what's the word? Allah doesn't have to be guided or describable in a logical way with some set of axioms, some set of logical axioms, and. Like, that's fine. You can reject some set of logical axioms if you want, but then on the other hand, you're saying that they're in the book.
Yes. So, for example, I studied African American studies as an undergrad, right? I can read the Quran and find so much truth about how race relations work in the world in it, right? But the African American Studies department at the school I went to, where you have the smartest sociologists in the world, interdisciplinary, X, Y, and Z, their perspective still does not ring as true as the Quran. They're off a little bit. They're off axis. They're off center because their frame is not objective.
So then we can't trust. That just means that we can't trust logic. Like if logic. So the reason why we use logical thinking.
Sure you can. You can.
Look,
but you just have to refine it.
So the reason why we use logical systems like classical logic or Aristotelian logic or S5 modal logic, whatever, the reason why we use these is because they're supposed to be reliable always. And if they're not reliable always, you need something else. And it just seems like if you're allowed to say, oh yeah, these S5 modal axioms, they're not always true. They're true most of the time, but they're not always true. Then I can just say, yeah, you're right, they're not always true. There's just a brute contingent thing. The universe is just brutally contingent. It has no cause.
I'm saying this
on the
with
same metaphysical grounds.
And so I'm saying this with with sincerity, is that you don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So the Quran.
Look, if you're allowed an exception, then so am I.
Sure thing, but you have to ground that exception in a reason. So I kind of want to hone in on something you said, right? This is about epistemology. This is about how we know things and why we inquire the way we do. You said the reason we have T5 modal logic and XY5Z
S5
is S5, right? Is because they're supposed to work all the time. And this is the very pursuit of the quantum physicists right now, trying to reconcile the standard model with relativity and all that stuff. They want a unified theory of everything that you can write these equations down on a piece of paper and explain everything. And what I'm trying to emphasize is, you just said we rely on these systems of knowledge because they're supposed to work on all the time. But if we can all agree in this room that those systems of knowledge are in and of themselves contingent, which I firmly believe, and I think we might have actually agreed upon at the beginning of the call.
No, I don't think we did.
Okay, well then I'll.
You think that logic is contingent?
Yes, logic is created. So,
wait, prior to the creation of logic was Allah?
Yes.
Oh, prior to the creation of logic, could Allah have been not Allah?
So, when you're using the word prior to the creation of, and this is another one of those points where, as a Muslim, we submit
metaphysically prior, not temporally prior.
Okay, thank you. Metaphysically prior to creation, could Allah have not been Allah? No, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Allah, period.
Oh, cool. Then you believe in the law of identity that necessitates the existence of all the other laws of logic because it necessitates the existence of distinctions between things that are Allah and not Allah. So the law of non-contradiction would have been true. That the law of non-contradiction necessitates the law of excluded middle just through negating it. So then we have all three classical laws of logic prior to God creating them.
And prior to God creating logic was
when I say prior,
independent?
Prior to their perhaps you say prior to their manifestation in like the creator world, maybe, or into like space-time, if you will.
Where do they don't
We're not talking about space-time.
They don't exist in space-time. They're not like physical.
Sure, yeah. So like these truths, these abstract truths are not physical. I can agree with that. Yeah, keep helping me understand what you're trying to say.
So
if you're saying that they're contingent, that's a very strange thing to say.
They are contingent because
I don't know how you can make sense of like contingency and necessity without like these notions of logic to begin with.
Would you agree would you agree that a contingency is not necessary?
Yes, a contingency is not necessary.
So then the laws of logic are not necessary?
No, they're not.
So it's not necessary that A is A?
No.
Okay.
Just like
it's not necessary that
like 100 years
Allah.
ago, if I sat down with Isaac Newton and wrote down 1 + 1 = 2, I'd be like, "Hey, bro, this is necessarily true, right?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I said, "Actually, in 400 years, we're gonna discover that 1 + 1 is actually a superposition of anything between like 0 and 2. So that's not necessarily true." His brain would explode, right? So the quote unquote laws of logic as they exist in your brain right now and that are assisting you in making all these arguments, they do not necessarily lead to the conclusions that you're making. You're making these, there's like an inner desire to win an argument, or there's like recency bias and like
it's an excellent piece of psychoanalysis, but what you're doing currently is rejecting the laws of logic. So you think it's possible for contradictions to exist?
I think it's possible for you to have simultaneous truths. So like, yeah.
Do you think that
for
that's
sure.
an answer to the question?
So repeat the question. And
Yeah. Do you
help
think
me
it's
understand what you're
possible for the law of non-contradiction to be false? That would be, it's possible for contradictions to exist.
I don't believe in true contradictions. We can perceive things that seem like
Is that
contradictions.
is the lack of true contradictions necessary or contingent?
I would say what we're describing as the law of XYZ contradictions is actually a part of the nature of truth. One of Allah's names is al-haq, or like the reality or the truth. So I want to tread carefully here. I don't want to speak anything like incorrect of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but so that could be necessary. If something is an inherent quality of Allah, then it is necessary.
So then he didn't create logic.
To the extent that logic agrees with what he reveals about himself, that's correct.
Carrie, did he create the notion of or did he create the metaphysical notion of necessity?
No, his being is necessary along with him. Like he is necessary. There's no separating those two things.
Did he create the notion of contingency?
I'm having trouble with this idea of the notion of things just are contingent or necessary. Things are either
it's
God
a predicate. So did he create that predicate?
In the sense that like the concept that's in your brain right now and the language and all that stuff.
No, just
sure.
like you think that he created redness, right?
Yes.
Okay, well that's a predicate. I'm asking, did he create contingency and necessity in the same way?
He created things which are contingent and things which and he is necessary and uncreated.
Okay, but that still doesn't answer my question. I mean, like, if you don't think that predicates like have, do you think that predicates have like ontological status? Do you think that like redness exists?
On a certain level, yes. Yeah, they exist in themselves. Like red is red.
Okay, so do you think that contingent is contingent?
Yes.
Okay, so then I was asking about that, not about contingent things.
Okay. The concept of contingency, I'm like, yeah, I guess the concept of contingency was created. Like, this gets really kind of a little bit too lofty than I think is necessary, or maybe it's just outside of my way of thinking. But I'm inclined to agree that it's not like a strong agreement with.
I mean, it just seems like if you're saying that contingency was created, that means that in some like non-temporal sense, prior to contingent things being created, there would have, or prior to contingency existing, there's just no notion of necessity either.
No,
that's
so
because it seems because contingent and necessity are.
Hopefully, you can agree with me that we're kind of getting outside of our league when we even start to form sentences such as prior to creation.
That's a linguistic issue.
Yeah.
All I'm saying, look,
but you're trying to extrapolate the laws of logic to that pre-temporal existence. Like you're trying to apply them.
Yeah.
In that
it seems like insofar as a mind exists, it seems like they should exist.
Yeah, sure. Like in the laws of knowledge, yeah.
So which ones? Which laws of logic?
All of them. The ones that are true and the ones that are, I mean, like, yeah. All of them.
Which ones are true? Are the S5 modal axioms true?
The ones that he imbues with truth. There is no truth outside of him.
Okay, so which ones are those?
Whichever ones agree with the axiom of La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah.
Oh, wait, this is like, this is trivial to defeat. Oh, this is like easy defeater. Sorry to derail this, but it's like such a slam dunk. So you're saying that truth, if God didn't exist, then truth wouldn't exist?
Yeah, there is no truth without God.
Okay, is it true that there's no truth without God? Would that be true? In that case, if God doesn't exist, then truth wouldn't exist. Would it be true that truth doesn't exist?
Right. So right now you're taking a logical.
He's not going to be able to answer.
Listen to me real quick.
You affirmed
Ian.
the proposition. You affirmed it. You said yes. You affirmed it.
But Ian,
you
Ian,
don't want to
your
affirm it
brain-
anymore. You realize, oh
brain
fuck,
is-
like
your-
that shatters
listen.
my point, and then
No,
you're
no,
trying
no.
to take
So
it
this
back now.
No. So we have to go
Is
to
it true?
112. This is why I started off with those 4 statements. The
Is it
third
true?
statement.
Wait, I don't give a fuck about the 4 statements. Is it true?
Okay. This entire setup right now of going from if to then to if to then
You affirmed
does
it.
not
You said
apply.
yes.
Does not apply to the
You said
transcendent
yes.
truth.
You said yes.
That doesn't trap me in your sequence.
You
of
said
logical
you affirmed it. You had no
statements.
problem affirming it. You said yeah.
So,
Without
okay, let
God,
me
there
put it
would.
this way.
If God
Let
didn't
me put it
exist,
this
there would
way.
be no truth. You said yes.
Okay.
Would it, so
If God,
if God
yeah,
doesn't
go
exist,
ahead.
is it
Just
true that there's no
yeah,
truth?
go ahead.
Is that
Go
true?
ahead. If God didn't exist, I will be like God exists. Would it be true that there's no truth?
Yeah.
Okay. God does exist. God is the truth, and that is the truth.
Okay, then you're affirming. Then this is a vacuous implication. So you're just affirming that conditional statement. You're just affirming it's true.
Yeah, like whatever
This is so
logical
bad
term
faith.
for like this is a weird question, or like this question, like there's some sort of language that could help me explain to you that some questions at their fundamental basis are kind of off the mark or don't have internal consistency. That's what I'm trying to say about that hypothetical you just posed to me. You cannot put God, Allah, the creator, within the sequence of if-thens of like true.
This is just precept shit. Like QTop did this exact same thing.
Okay.
Like I mean, like look, you have to be able to entertain hypotheticals. Like,
Sure.
otherwise, how
Yeah.
can you engage?
Yes.
How can you engage in like honest conversation?
Sure thing. Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, I agree with that totally. And I'm saying when it comes to God himself, here's a way to put it that'll help. With God, there are certain things that are necessary attributes, certain things that are possible attributes, and certain things that are impossible, right? Him existing in a chain of true, false, like guess predicates and suppositions or whatever, conditionals.
Hold on, you're fine with God having predicates, right? Like you gave me 4 of them.
Can you tell me what a predicate is, and then I'll be able to answer.
You can think of it as like an adjective.
Yeah, or I might use the term attributes. So sure.
Yeah, that's fine too. A predicate is yeah, it's an attribute. The fire truck is red. Red is a predicate here.
Sure thing.
So you're fine with Allah having those things, right?
Yes,
So
Allah has attributes.
It doesn't seem like it seems like totally fine that we can use God as we can substitute in God in some logical formula, some conditional statement, or some sequence of equivalences. Like seems like there's no issue with that.
Okay, I'll say yes for now. Bismillah, let's go.
Well, then we can just do it. Then we can just ask the question.
Okay.
If
So
God
actually,
didn't
yeah.
exist,
Please forgive me. I want to address this specific hypothetical itself because probably what's happening
Okay,
is
go ahead.
some of these formulas are valid, some of these formulas are not valid. So you asked me if God didn't exist, would his non-existence then be true, right?
No, would it be so if God doesn't exist, truth doesn't exist?
Yes.
You just did it again. Is it true? So would you affirm that if God doesn't exist, it's true that truth doesn't exist?
And I think so, Dr. Blitz, you said something about I agree with the conditional, right? Is that how you phrase that? How do I communicate to you the fact that God and truth are synonymously eternal, and like truth or haq, reality, truth is an
Hold on.
intrinsic.
Reality and truth are not the same thing, unless you're doing some like wild equivocation.
Okay, let's just start with truth. Truth is inherently connected with Allah. He teaches us that is one of his attributes, so it is intrinsic to him.
So to be clear, when we're talking about truth, we're talking about a certain property of propositions, right? Like the sky is blue, that is not true. The sky is blue or the sky is green proposition does not have the quality of truth. Does not have that attribute.
Yeah, probably something like that. I think it's a little bit more abstract in my perception, but I'll go with you for now. Yeah, truth is a quality of proposition.
In that sense, I don't know. Like if that's the notion of truth that's being used here, which I believe it is, then it doesn't make sense to say that God is identical to a property.
Wait, so
God is not a property itself.
God is not identical to a property. God has an essence, and so God has an essence. He has attributes and he has acts. His essence is completely and utterly transcendence. He has, the essence has taught us its name. The essence is Allah. Okay, Allah has attributes that, though intrinsic to him, are not him himself. Like they are not like the one God necessarily. Like the attributes are not separately the one God. Hold on, I can't hear you. I don't know if you.
Oh no, that's my bad. Do you think that objects exist without properties?
No.
Okay. Is God an object that exists independent of its properties?
I would tread very lightly with the term object, but
I just mean a thing that exists, not a property itself.
Yeah. I guess if I say God is God, does that satisfy you? Yeah, sure.
So God is an object that is independent of its properties. Independence of properties means that it could have not had those properties.
No.
Or rather, it's coherent to say that it does not have those properties. Yes?
No, that's not coherent.
Oh, okay. So God is not independent of its properties.
I wouldn't say he's independent of them. Like they.
Well,
God
to be
things.
clear, the second property you gave is that Allah is completely independent, and that means independent of everything, including his properties.
No. This gets probably like a little bit too complicated for me to speak on, but I can.
If not, then why'd you make the distinction between essence and properties?
Because you're trying to use the logical formula to say that, to separate Allah from the truth, and say that, like, to do some sort of formula to say, like, if Allah is not true, then the truth is different from Allah, some sort of something like that, which is not, it's not possible. Let me put it this way. It's not possible to separate Allah from his attributes, nor is it possible to say that any attribute is the essence. Allah is Allah. The name Allah encompasses his attributes.
Look, it seems like on the one hand you want to say that the essence is not the attributes, which means that the essence has some ontological status independent of the attributes. But I don't know what a thing without attributes. I don't know what ontological status a thing without attributes has.
Yeah.
Because you're thinking about things, and this is
God,
I think if I had to,
a noun.
If I had to summarize kind of what I'd hope to convey to you both in this conversation is that there are certain necessary gaps between ourselves and the Creator, with which mashallah, we'll address that in a second. Give me 1 second. And that fundamental gap is that we are not him. Okay, so when it comes to the whole idea of
those gaps are necessary.
They're what? Say? What are they? What's the relation?
Yes, yeah, those gaps are necessary.
The gaps are necessary. So in order for a gap to exist, it needs two things on either side of the gap. Yes.
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So if that gap is necessary, it exists in all possible worlds. And if the gap is between us and God, that means that we exist in all possible worlds, because the gap is necessary, and therefore there must be God on one end and something else on the other end that it is necessarily separated from via this gap.
No. No.
Wait, the gap is necessary. Does the gap exist in all possible worlds?
No, because the created things don't exist in all possible worlds.
Wait.
There are worlds
so the
without
gap
them.
Is the gap necessary?
There are worlds without them.
Do you agree that if something's necessary, then it's true in all possible worlds?
Let me put it this way: the worlds in which we exist. So don't get caught up on the word necessary. Humanly necessary. For me, Ian, and Blitz. Let's put it this way.
What does necessary mean?
In the set of universes in which the three of us exist, how about this? Or any created thing of this exists in those worlds, then there is an absolute gap between the created things and the Creator.
So you're saying it's a possible necessity?
Probably.
No, you don't want to say that.
So because by S5 axiom and modal logic, a possible necessity is an actual necessity. So that means that it would just be an actual necessity. GG. All right, I'm ending.
I'm so hungry. Later, bud.
Yeah, all right. It's been good. It's been good. I had a blast. I'll see you next week. Like,
All right,
subscribe,
later.
fucking share. I'll see y'all later.